includes first timers.
Okay, so I don't know what happened, but my internet went to shit. Hopefully everything's okay now. I reset the modem and all of that. So far, so good. You guys haven't missed anything. It's been all of this going on. We're still waiting for President Trump to get to the Capital One Arena. He's going to be signing executive orders in front of all of us, which is going to be badass. I'm just going through the motions at this point. If you're over on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button. See if you can get us circulating over there. I think that's it. Oh, you gonna join us? It's about time. You missed the whole inauguration. You realize that? Jeez, Klaus Daniels is late. Commanders, take charge of your units. Right. Back. Forward. 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 Right. Hands. Forward. Left. Right. Forward. Right. Down. Up. Forward. Oh! You see how wide that car door is? It was wider than the door on your fridge. Holy. It's all fun and games until someone rips a Skippy in there and you're just trapped.
To Capital One Arena, President Donald J. Trump getting into that motorcade. He is now on the move. You can tell that he recognizes full well what it means to be the commander-in-chief of this country and the greatest military of the nation. He honors our troops. He has a deep passion and respect for American soldiers, those who've chosen to serve this great country. We cannot wait until he arrives here. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we are expecting when he does get here. Obviously, the parade had to get canceled, but we're still going to see some great performances when he does.
This is a badass view of the motorcade.
I'm going to tell you about one of our great sponsors. This is our new flagship sponsor, Colonial Metals. And this is a very timely sponsor because the stock market is still going to be fluctuating. It's going to take some time before we start to see things stabilize, before America's economy really turns around. We know it's coming now that President Donald J. Trump is in office, but the stock market has been volatile. And if you're looking for stability, why not trust gold and silver, physical bars? If you're somebody who's ever considered it, the time is now. Because like we talked about, it is going to take a little while, possibly even a year, before we start to see everything get back to normal, before those interest rates start dropping again. And time has shown us that precious metals have stood the test of time. Colonial Metals, they offer you direct access to your assets while protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, and that is physical gold and silver. Visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN to learn more. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country. Just visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit. You can also call if you're someone who likes to make a phone call and ask questions. The number is 866-317-2159. So I want to kind of give you a lay of the land and let you know what's to come when President Donald J. Trump does arrive in that motorcade as it slowly makes its way here to Capital One Arena. The streets have been blocked off in order to get him here safely and efficiently. So I'm going to step out of the way because I want you to take notice of that desk that's positioned on that grand stage next to the seal. You can see it says President of the United States of America. President Donald J. Trump inaugurated just hours ago. When he does arrive, he's going to take a seat at that desk, and we do believe he's going to sign some of those executive orders right here with us live. So do look forward to that. They also have a microphone positioned where he's going to sit down and sign those executive orders. And so he'll be able to kind of tell us what he's signing, why he's signing it, and I do think it's going to be very much so a moment that you don't want to miss. So stay with us for that. Also, like we talked about, they did have to cancel the parade, but that doesn't mean that everybody who came just to perform, you know, a lot of people spent a lot of money to get out here to be a part of this moment in history. They're still going to have an opportunity to perform on a national stage, on an international stage. A lot of people are watching. You can hear we have a live band right now. This is a military band, and there's many more to come. We're actually going to engage in a moment of silence for Corey Compatore. And as you can recall, he's the man that we lost at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're also going to see first responders who were here today. They came all the way out here from Butler, Pennsylvania, those who were there that fateful day. And it's really something that we're happy to be able to do it together to really honor this man's life who risked it all to shield his family. So I'm going to tell you about some of the other people on the lineup in just a moment. For example, the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard Unit are here, and they will perform today. Before I get there, though, let's talk about one of our great sponsors that you may just be hearing about for the first time. It's called Republican Red Winery, and they have some amazing selections of red, sparkling, and white wines. Check out their website for more information on that, republicanred.com. You can find whatever
All
variety.
right, I'm going pee real quick. So that means you gotta hit the like button. Don't burn down the chat. I'll be right back before President Trump gets on stage.
These bottles are fantastic. You can see there on your screen. They make great gifts, and you can have one ready for special occasions. Have one on hand if you order today. It's also a great idea if you have a planned occasion coming up. Make sure that you do it right. Maybe you just want to celebrate the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, or you want a highly collectible bottle that you can hold on to, maybe pass down to your kids one day. Again, it's republicanred.com, and it is wine for the right side. So we're going to go back to that list of performers. It is not a big enough arena in here. It's a very intimate setting, to be quite honest. We're about, I'd say, 100 feet away from where that stage is, where we're positioned right here. The Trump administration gave us a fantastic viewing location to bring you an excellent shot of everything that's happening in here. But military band performing now. We're not exactly sure which one that is. We're hoping we get some more information on that. They just kind of started playing, and the crowd has been incredibly pleased with their performance so far. But in addition to that, people have traveled from all over the country to be here for this event, and you actually have to be selected to be a part of the parade. We're going to go ahead and take a listen now.
Happy Freedom Killer J, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see the internet dropped again at some point. I think it's the weather that's screwing with everything. It's terrible outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. They are led by Commander and Conductor Lieutenant Colonel Domingo S. Robinson. The U.S. Army Field Band develops positive connections on behalf of the Army, the Department of Defense, and the United States through live music, multimedia performances, television productions, and emergent technologies, traveling thousands of miles annually across our nation and around the world, and appearing regularly on major television and streaming events. The Field Band proudly honors our soldiers and veterans while strengthening ties with communities worldwide.
Everyone's saying the band music sounds like Monty Python, and I love it. High Plains Drifter, if you want to join the membership program over on Rumble, you got to go to rumble.com because you can't see the button on the Rumble app. So just open your browser, go to rumble.com, come to the live, and you'll be able to see the subscribe button. The subscribe button is to join the membership program. The join button is to join locals. So you want to hit that subscribe button in order to be highlighted in the chat and get all of our exclusive emojis. Mad Lion, these are the bands that would be in the parade if it wasn't canceled. I was wondering, because I don't remember all this stuff, and we covered Biden's inauguration, and I don't remember half this stuff going on. So I want to remind you hooligans real quick. If I can grab this. Oh, of course I'm going to have a bunch of problems. Whoa, we got these brand new MAGA hooligan t-shirts now available. They come in shirts for men, shirts for women, tank tops for men, tank tops for women, coffee mugs, stickers, dog tags. I want to say I made something else. Oh, cooking aprons out of this. I will be dropping the link in the chats for you guys to go check out everything on the merch store. Thank you so much, Tiger Jaw, for that $20 donation over on Rumble. I really appreciate you, Tiger Jaw. Thank you so much. Tiger Jaw says, Happy President Trump Inauguration Day. Thanks for all you do, MAGA. Appreciate you, Tiger Jaw. I want to say really quick, it is Alistair that created that MAGA hooligan design, so I will be posting his link in the chat in just a moment for you guys to have the opportunity to hire him for your creative needs, because if you think it, he can create it. What's up, Space Baby? Happy freedom to you. Thank you for joining us over here on Rumble. Seems that people are getting on stage in the background there. I wonder if we're getting close to President Trump walking out on stage.
Cars moving. Girl, we got people moving out of the hotel. We got people.
This is outside in DC right now. This is what the protesters look like. I'm keeping an eye on things. I'm finding other live streams and whatnot to get different angles of the protesters. I'm keeping an eye on it. If things get real active, we'll put it on while the marching band is doing its thing. But of course, President Trump is taking priority. Thank you so much, High Plains Drifter, for joining the membership program over on Rumble. And welcome to the family. You're officially a hooligan. And I appreciate you, High Plains Drifter. Thank you. They got a dog on the floor there. Looks like a German Shepherd. I don't know if it's a police dog or if it's a working dog. I don't know if you can see him. He's going down the aisle there, right in the middle of the screen. Got some more people sitting on stage. They got just under half filled up there. I wish we had some sort of, I can't even think what it's called, a program, so we knew what time everything was supposed to happen. What's up, Hooligans Island? Happy freedom to you. Yeah, he might be a sniffing dog. That's what I'm wondering, too. 10 Man. Yeah, I heard that too. That Nelly's supposed to be performing at the inauguration. I was kind of surprised to see that Nelly was going to be rapping there. I'm trying to think. I want to say there's somebody else that's supposed to be performing too. Well, actually, we heard from Greenwood, or no, it wasn't Greenwood. Country singer? I don't remember. I forgot. We heard that during the inauguration ceremony. It was very brief. I wonder what Nelly's going to sing. I wonder what he's going to perform tonight. Kaczynski, if it's not Beyonce, I'll cry. Well, we're gonna have to get you some tissues. I don't think it's gonna be Beyonce. I just don't think so. It might be Cardi B. She might be twerking on stage. You never know. Kendall, Carrie Underwood. Is that who it was? I can't remember the person's name. It was very brief. I thought they were gonna have like a whole performance, but they just sung "God Bless America" or something like that, and then dipped out, skedaddled. Pro Gun. Oh yeah, and Kid Rock was yesterday. That was entertaining watching Kid Rock perform. Madline, yeah, the YMCA dudes, the Village People or whatever they are. That I was not expecting that yesterday. The whole YMCA thing that happened at the end, I was not ready for that. They did all right though. People were digging it.
2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted us to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be going through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us.
That's a Nelly reference.
This historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
Barron is a giant. Is Eric taller than Barron? Barron seems to be the tallest in every room he walks in. What was the shaky hand wave? What is that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States. Under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare that's actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. The official fanfare music group of the President of the United States under the direction of Major Aaron Morris. Let's hear it for them, folks. Grass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Why wouldn't they have that area lit up? They gotta stand there in the dark and wave at everybody. Holy, did you see that guy reach out and touch the president? Secret Service didn't even do anything. I don't know how I feel about that. That guy's never gonna wash his hand again, though. I mean, he didn't wash it before, but you know for sure now. Man, that would be badass. They're all saying, "Thank you, Mr. President." Alistair, all them stairs, Biden would have fallen down at least half a dozen times by now. Oh man, we'd be doing this all damn day if it was Biden. This would be a 2-day event just to get him to shuffle back and forth from vehicles and stuff. Make sure you hooligans hit that like button. Executive order time.
He's on fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
Look at JD's kid hanging on the stage with a teddy bear. It's awesome. Not a pedophile in sight. Well, I assume his whole family's there. They brought his firefighter outfit and all that from Butler, Pennsylvania's rally, where, you know, the assassin did what he did and all of that. This is crazy. I guess we do got more parade left. This is a badass inauguration. Today kicks ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatore. Mr. Comparatore, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide.
There's so many hooligans I haven't seen in years in the chat right now. It's so awesome.
Let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatore. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the President himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump, And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, the largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks. And look at this, here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Wow, that's an awesome opportunity. Look at JD and President Trump. They're out there talking shit and roasting people. Love it.
The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. And while they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
Ghostly. Just every high school sent a band? I don't know. I don't know. I wish we had a program so we knew what to expect. It's got to be listed somewhere. I'm also curious how many people are supposedly at the arena right now. everything. Someone said on X roughly 20,000 people earlier. Don't know if that's true or not. Interesting. 20,000. I mean, I believe it. There's like 3 levels to the arena, and it seems like a full house. Actually, I bet we could look it up, how many seats are in the arena. Yeah, it says the Capital One Arena is a 20,000-seat multi-purpose sports and entertainment venue located in downtown Washington, D.C.
And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody. Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itta, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration.
We've been live for almost 6 hours. And you can't tell because we had to reset the live 2-3 times, but man, we're kicking ass today. Thank you so much, Decimal Threat, for that $5 donation over on Rumble. I really appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. That's got to be crazy to look up to your kids because they're so much taller than you. That's crazy. Look at the height difference. It's taller than mom and dad. It looked like YouTube just had a moment there. I don't know what that was about.
counting close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Itta, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen.
Kozinski. I want to see these guys play at Fauci's sentencing. Mm-hmm. I can't believe old man Walter pardoned Fauci today. Or last night, or whenever it happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife,
Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest, it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Barron's hilarious.
Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Darren, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, it stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this? Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? I have some such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it. there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again. But CAG, Keep America Great. CAG. I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
He better rest his hand. He's going to be signing a lot of documents here in a second.
You have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the over. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? You want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
Make America great again.
Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
So does that mean he can't go after Biden now?
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
Secret Service is running towards the crowd. Holy. Best inauguration ever.
code RSBN to get 10% off. Let's talk about another tremendous offer, especially after today. If you want something to commemorate this day, if you want to remember it and possibly watch this memorable item appreciate in time, we invite you to check out what our friends at patriotaddict.com have to offer. patriotaddictdeals.com has the Trump knife, and these are going fast. You can get them for 30% off. These are spectacular. An eye-catching Trump insignia, perfect for display or daily use. It serves as a symbol of your dedication to the United States of America. Visit patriotaddictdeals.com for more information.
10-man Nelly's performing at one. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that Nelly's supposed to
At
perform.
checkout.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna see if I can figure out a schedule so we know like times and stuff like that.
Inauguration. Another one of our sponsors that we want to thank, American Finance. American Finance has done so much for so many people. If you want to be able to tap into the equity on your home, check out American Finance. American Finance knows that a lot of people are struggling right now just to make ends meet. A lot of people are facing a lot of debt, and if you're looking for a way to consolidate that debt and then slowly be able to pay it off effectively, American Finance can help. They're actually able to help homeowners like you save over $800 a month on average. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees. To find out more, just visit AmericanFinance.com. 888-402-0229 is the number to call, or you can always find them on the web. 888-402-0229 is the number to call. We've got a couple other sponsorships before I send it back over to Matthew that we want to make sure that we get to. Americava Coffee is another great sponsor that we're thankful for. If you want to stay awake, not woke, check out Americava Coffee. And for a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order of this specialty coffee with the promo code RSBN. Remember, you can save 10% off by using the promo code RSBN. And finally, I want to tell you about Republican Red. Republican Red has a number of delicious wines, red, white, sparkling.
It says that they're about to go to the Liberty Ball, and Jason Aldean is expected to perform at the Liberty Ball along with Nelly and the Village People. President Trump is expected to deliver remarks at the ball. And then they have the Starlight Ball after that. Guests at the Starlight Ball are expected to include big donors of the new president. I don't know if they're going to show that second one. Maybe. It says Gavin DeGraw is scheduled to perform at the Starlight Ball. President Trump is expected to deliver remarks at that ball as well. So I guess there's 2 balls going on. That must be where they're heading right now, and President Trump is expected to speak at both.
Follow me on Instagram, Christina Loren, meteorologist. You can also find me on X. I would love to interact with you. And remember to hit that notification bell on the RSBN web.
Oh, no worries, Snooks.
Our social.
I appreciate all your help. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
And the guy.
And I appreciate everything you do, Snooks.
Locked down for us in Auburn, Alabama, our very own Matthew Alvarez. He's got a few more of our sponsorships. But Matthew, I just want to say thank you because I really enjoyed going on this journey with you. And he's back. President Donald J. Trump. We are so excited. As they've been saying, Daddy's home. But it's going to be the best presidency that this country has ever known.
She just said Daddy's home. With a bang. Proud American, how long before the next event? I am not sure. That I have the schedule, but it doesn't have times on it.
Thank you so much, and likewise, and also a shout out to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler as well, as we are going to continue our live coverage tonight on a separate live stream in just a minute, where the Liberty Ball and the Commander-in-Chief Ball will take place. President Trump to have remarks at both of those great events. We'll have RSBN's Bobby McNeely live there. We're also going to see that first dance between President Trump and the First Lady. So a great moment to be had tonight. That'll be starting in just a few minutes. Once again, this is all about the revolution of common sense, according to President Trump's speech earlier today. And how awesome of a moment that was, where President Trump, in front of 20,000 of our supporters, screaming, yelling, and clapping their hands as he signed executive order after executive order. And we're going to see a lot more of that over at the Oval Office. And the Trump team just sent out beautiful pictures from President Trump's Oval Office 2.0. Just posted that on my Truth Social as well. So great to see all of these great things happening in our country. A number of sponsors to thank, and then we'll be getting ready to go to those inaugural balls. Can you believe it, guys? It actually happened. President Trump was sworn in today at about 12:15 Eastern Time. Again, the revolution of common sense in our country. We made the right turn at the fork in the road, and we're on our way to great things happening. And just a real quick side note, along the southern border, even right now, as you see the live motorcade and the live video from inside Capital One Arena, President Trump on his way to his house, his White House. And it's going to be great to see that as he heads that way and gets ready for yet another day of jam-packed work to do, especially a lot of those executive orders. So again, a wonderful night, a wonderful day, and it started out bright and early this morning. If you remember, we started our coverage at 7:30 this morning, and it was blue skies in Washington, D.C., so great to see that as we see the Commander-in-Chief in that motorcade on his way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. A lot of our coverage brought to you by some more sponsors here, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. So you're looking at Mike Huckabee, of course. He is someone that is the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He also wrote many great books over there at freetrumpbook.com. You see that information on the right side of your screen as you see the U.S. Capitol in the backdrop. What an amazing, amazing visual that is right now live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. That is awesome to see. And it's great to see so many people in that arena tonight in Washington. As you take that live look right now at the motorcade heading back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, President Trump again saying that there is a revolution of common sense. Usually when you think of revolution, there are good revolutions, there's some not so good revolutions, but how about a revolution of common sense in America? Back in the White House, peace through strength, and let's be real, utter strength by President Trump and the team that he has put together for our country. As you're taking a live look at 7:06 Eastern Time here on Monday, January 20th, 2025. A lot of news still to be had tonight, tomorrow, and through the week and on.
I'm not sure what this is. This is live right now. This is also in D.C. I don't know if this is one of the balls or what this is. There's no context with it, and the caption just says inaugural ceremony or whatever. So I'm going to keep this pulled up because this might be where they're heading. I'm not sure yet. But I'm looking around to see what's all going on.
Capitol Hill and head toward Lafayette Park right across from the White House. And an amazing moment tonight, again, where he was signing several executive orders in front of some 20,000 of our supporters there. From all walks of life, packing in that Washington Capitals arena, the Wizards, the Mystics for the basketball teams. But again, to President Trump's point, the Caps are actually number one right now in their league. And as a hockey fan myself, I'm not a Caps fan, but you know what? Tonight, I'm a Washington Capitals fan because what a great arena that is, having been there myself and just enjoying that coverage. I know that you guys enjoyed it too, hearing the different military bands performing and all of the local high school bands from around the country. And how about the first responders? Those of you that are first responders watching right now, day in and day out, what you guys do for the people of this country, thank you for what you do. Doctors and nurses, thank you for what you guys do. We are all in this together, no matter what industry we are in. At the end of the day, right there, President Trump just pulling on to the front of the White House. So to the right of the vantage point, so if we're looking right at this motorcade, to the right, I believe, is the White House, and then to the left is Lafayette Park. We're going to continue with some of these sponsors as we see President Trump head back to the White House. And when he gets out of the vehicle there, we'll go to that live and just listen in on that as well. But let's get to some of these sponsors real quick. Jacked Up Fitness is one of them. Jacked Up Fitness is a great group there that you can check out on their website. Right there on the website is getjackedup.com. You got to get some more muscles out there, right? I know I do. I didn't eat so healthy over the holidays, but having something like that right there in your house, a great thing. Getjackedup.com. Let's go to Done With Debt.
Oh, I see. It's jacked up.
President Trump
Somebody asked me about this earlier. It looks like a torture machine, but
yeah,
no, I ain't got that.
Well, these guys can help you out. donewithdebt.com. You can call their number on the screen right there. Fight for your financial freedom. Moving on now to Tax Network USA.
Tiger Jaw, it's being reported that all J6ers will be released. Yeah, I see a couple lives with people sitting outside waiting to see if they're going to be released. I wonder when the first J6er will walk out.
Definitely good for your health. It's all about gut health with Kimchi One and Brightcore. So a wonderful sponsor right there. 888-722-0936. Wonderful sponsors here at Right Side. Let's see if we can go back to that motorcade as we close out our news coverage of the night. Again, this morning we talked about the three things that are happening today. It was the official proceedings, the action, and now the celebration. So we saw the official proceeding in Washington, D.C. We saw the action when it comes to the executive orders and all of the business that needed to be taken care of. And now the celebration of the 47th President of the United States. President Trump is not done with those executive orders. He has more than 200 executive orders that will take effect immediately when he signs them. So I think I can imagine that the president will be up possibly all night. I mean, think about it. By 5, 6 in the morning, he's going to want to get a number of these drafts that he has for the executive orders signed and taken care of. So a place that you can find out all of those details as we get them here from the office of the press secretary, Carolyn Levitt's office. We are in touch with that office. They have emailed us with the details of the incoming administration. So when there are press briefings, when there are initiatives or announcements, or how about when President Trump meets with
Dark Krog, are you a Red Wings fan? No, I don't watch sports.
California, which he's scheduled to on
I'm just not
Friday
interested in sports.
Visit the LA wildfire area there. Of course, blaming Gavin Newsom and the mayor of LA as well for the mismanagement there. But those kind of news stories we'll be following here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so coming up next, we continue our live coverage from Washington, D.C. as you are taking a look at President Trump's beautiful new home. Even though he's been there before, he's back, and aren't we glad he is. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. What an absolutely gorgeous vantage point that is right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, a lot of other networks might have talked a lot over a lot of the coverage today. We brought you there and you listened in to a majority of that coverage, and it's great to do that for you. I know that a lot of you want to hear and see and feel like what it's like to be there, and that's the experience that we also provide here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So again, tonight, RSBN host Bobby McNeely will be live at the Liberty Ball, where President Trump will be sharing his remarks there. Also, that first dance with Melania Trump, the beautiful first lady of our country. They'll have that there, and then we'll be able to dip into some coverage at the Commander-in-Chief Ball. He'll have some remarks as well. So all of that live coverage coming up right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So what's going to happen now, this live stream will end, but we have another live stream starting right back up. If you're watching on Rumble right now, if you're watching on other platforms, we're going to see it in just a second. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. For Bobby McNeely, Christina Loren, Megan Kohler, and everybody at the network, thank you for watching, America. Today was Inauguration Day in America, and man, was it awesome. We'll be right back here on RSBN.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that.
I have this other live pulled up. I think it's at the ball where everyone's going to be heading. It's kind of buffering right now. I don't know what's going on with it. It's being covered by Fox.
King size, only $1 more.
I think we still got quite a bit more to cover. I don't know how I'm going to eat today.
And multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thanks so much, High Plains Drifter, for gifting a sub over on Rumble. I really appreciate all the support. Thank you so much.
Okay, I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of
TJ, we started going live today at noon Eastern time. We've been live 7 hours and 15 minutes so far, but I had to reset the live because of technical issues we were having, so depending on where you are, all says that we've been live at different times, but we started at noon. It's 7 o'clock now.
Speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Well, let's see what I can find while they're figuring all of this out. Hidu, so sick of hearing the My Pillow guy's voice. Mike Lindell, I'm surprised that he wasn't at the inauguration, sort of. Kind of surprised he wasn't there. Same thing with Rudy Giuliani. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see Rudy Giuliani today. This was going on, but now it's buffering. I don't know if they're fixing the live feed or what's going on. It just started buffering. I'm gonna see if I can find it on another channel. Right Side Broadcasting will be back. They're just on a still image right now, but I'm trying to see what else is going on. There's no protesters. It must be cold outside in DC. It was 27 degrees earlier. I wonder what it is now. No protesters on TikTok. Right Side just cut their feet off. Well, this is still live, but like I'm saying, oh, it's buffering now. Maybe they are going to end these live feeds. It's hard to say. I don't know what this is, though. This is on like 4 or 5 different channels. Their chat is full of idiots. It just says skippity over and over again. Okay. Well, damn, we might have to wrap this up. If there ain't nothing else going on for a while. Every one of these chats, there's somebody talking about Elon doing a Nazi salute. I don't know why Elon did that. I don't know if he did it intentionally or if he was trying to portray a different jester and didn't. He did something weird, and I think he was trying to like say like from the heart, but it didn't look like that. What is this? This is something. We can just go ahead and put this on in the background, I suppose. And I'll keep looking. Okay, so I found a reporter that's at this event I was just showing on the screen. So maybe she can give us some context.
And it's been tough for them, but at the same time,
who is this? ABC.
He says he's ready for that fight, that the president has backed him 100% the whole way, and he feels he will have the votes to take it to the finish line. So while this is a night of celebration for the military, there'll be a lot of challenges ahead for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, if indeed he gets those votes, along with Donald Trump, who hasn't always had a real good relationship with his military leaders, let's say.
Sure, and we've seen a lot of the tradition play out today, a lot of business that's already being taken care of, but at least for a few hours tonight, the party can begin. I can tell you, because Kira, you live here, but I've been staying in a hotel. There was a big party in our hotel last night, and I can tell you, these people who are gathered here know how to party, right? And many people came from all corners of the country. Many of them had anticipated being able to go to the inauguration outside, but certainly they're going to be in there cutting a rug. I'm sure you're going to be right along with them, sister. I already know you're going to be partying as well,
Only
Kira.
if you were
Thanks
with me.
much.
Only if you were with me.
We missed that opportunity. Next time. Thanks so much, Kira. And now our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, joins us from the Capital One Arena, where she's been all day, a staging ground today for speakers and bands saluting President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Rachel, certainly a flurry of executive actions expected today and in the days to come, perhaps as many as 200. Of course, Alex Brachet touched on this just a little while ago. What are you hearing about why so many at once? Many people will remember 8 years ago, there was only one executive order taken on day one.
Yeah, just a single one executive order that President Donald Trump signed back in 2017.
We don't care
His
what these
advisors
people have to say. I just want some context. I don't want to hear these people crying their little eyes out. Oh, big scary President Trump hurt their little feelings. Still looking through live feeds, seeing what else we can find until things pick back up. Shroomish, no, there's no protesters right now. They died down once sunset started happening in DC. There was protests going on in New York City, I think also in Los Angeles, but in DC, everything died down as soon as it got dark outside. I think it's too cold out for the little 20-year-old protesters. What's up, Kilgore? Happy freedom to you. Mana, yeah, I know. I got a couple live feeds of people standing around the DC jail, but it's about as entertaining as watching this. Trying to see if there's anything else going on, because ain't nobody gonna walk out that jail until President Trump signs those EOs, and I'm waiting to see if they're gonna actually cover it, because they said that he was gonna be signing more when he got to the White House, and he's at the White House now. So I'm just kind of jumping around seeing what's all going on. Lisa, I think he said he promised from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, and that's what he was saying when we were covering him. But the way the movement he made was very Hitler salute. I said that when he did it. I was like, did he just do the Hitler salute? Yeah, apparently that's caused some problems. Everybody's talking about it. Harmony, why did he do that? Well, I think the gesture he was making was like giving his heart to the crowd. So he put his hand on his chest, and then he like extended his arm out like he was throwing his heart to the crowd, but it looked very Hitler salute-esque. And I don't think he intentionally meant it to look like that, but that's definitely what it looked like.
Law enforcement now for 25 plus years. I can tell you, never before have
Blue team crying their eyes out.
Original was leather bound.
Interesting. Seems like all of the lives are just dying out. I don't know when the ball is supposed to start. The next event is the Liberty Ball. So I guess we gotta figure out when that starts. I bet President Trump is tired. He's been up since like 4 o'clock or something like that. We covered a couple days ago, maybe it was Free Speech Saturday. It was either Friday or Free Speech Saturday. We covered what his schedule was going to look like on Inauguration Day, and it started at like 4:30 in the morning. Let's see if we can figure out when this is supposed to start. So I guess there's no official time for the Liberty Ball to start. It's probably just giving everyone a little bit of time to have a break because they've been going non-stop. I just wonder how long it's going to take. Alright, Right Side Broadcasting is live again. So we'll see what they got to say. I'm also checking out another live stream as well. So we got some backups here. Don't forget, hit the thumbs up button if you got one. You over on YouTube or Rumble, hit that thumbs up button. Go ahead and check in the description. If you would like to join Discord, join jeffmaclive.com. Check out the wish list, send donations, any of that, go check out the link tree.
A return to greatness, a birth of a golden age for America. Of course, we saw the great Elon Musk all excited and speaking to crowds yesterday at the Capital One Arena and tonight as well, as President Trump in his inaugural address from the Capitol Rotunda saying that we will go to Mars with Space Force, with SpaceX, and every team put together, public and private, to make that happen. because we are pioneers, we are explorers, we are the American people who helped shape the American West, who never backed down from a challenge. As he mentioned in his inaugural speech, we are the workers, we are police officers, we are those who set the stage and never back down, unbridled courage. And that's what you'll see here tonight as we celebrate people who have had that unbridled courage in the military, that unique and special title that is reserved for President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, and this is the special ball for that. So such an honor to be here with you at Right Side Broadcasting, and thank you for tuning in and watching all of this weekend. We took you on Thursday down Pennsylvania Avenue to see what was set up before they decided to move every event inside this Monday, since the bitterly cold temperatures have really plagued Washington, D.C. today, but that's not stopping everyone from getting their Sunday best on to enjoy this unique and historic moment in American history. Also today, January 20th, what just began a few minutes ago, the college football national championship between the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame and the Ohio State University Buckeyes. That is commencing, but we hope you stay right here to see all of the celebratory and pomp and circumstance that is an inaugural celebration, the 60th, in fact, over nearly a 250-year history of this great American republic. We also celebrate today the man, the myth, the legend, Martin Luther King Jr., who fought so valiantly for civil rights, who praised the Lord and said, "Good God Almighty, we will be free at last." And you might have heard those words from that beautiful prayer the pastor gave, Lorenzo from Detroit, earlier today, who's been on the campaign trail with President Trump nonstop, working with him to reach out to the black community. If you remember the historical HBCU funding from the last administration, President Trump pledging today again in his inaugural address that he will not forget who helped get him here to the White House, and the demographic shift of black and Hispanic Americans who stood up for family values and said, the Democrat Party has left us, but rather this Republican Party, this Big Ten party under the MAGA principles, are bringing everyone to the table. And we've seen that today in the celebrations throughout Washington. You know, perhaps my favorite event thus far was, I think, seeing America's Sweetheart, Carrie Underwood, sing America the Beautiful flawlessly today in a cappella as well. And that was really lovely to see, along with that beautiful choir behind her. And of course, one of my favorite personal songs, the Battle Hymn of the Republic, and such beautiful prayers from Timothy Cardinal Dolan of New York City. And of course, the great Reverend Franklin Graham praising the Lord and asking him to really bless Donald Trump in his second term in office. And of course, we know that Billy Graham, his father, the late great Reverend Billy Graham, was truly the personal minister to presidents, who was someone very humble, said his dream really was to preach to a small rural church, perhaps in his home state of North Carolina, that beautiful Tar Heel state that we would frequent on the campaign trail for you, the American people, and one of those 7 swing states that President Trump swept along the way. But God called him into those big stadiums and called him to serve as really America's preacher and the messenger of the Lord. And his son, Franklin Graham, doing an incredible job keeping on that legacy and running groups like Samaritan's Purse, who have been so helpful with all of the natural disasters where FEMA in the Biden administration truly failed the American people in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, along with now the wildfires that we are still praying for our friends in the Golden State of California, who have suffered so much throughout Los Angeles County. But help is on the way. President Trump has announced he will be taking Air Force One to California on Friday and surveying the damage and figuring out where federal funds can help assist with this. This is nothing new to California, being that Governor Gavin Newsom, when President Trump was first in office, had said, promises made, promises kept. Thank you, Mr. President, for helping the great people of the Golden State to get through all of this in Northern California. And he said it's our fault here in the state that we have not focused on forest management and water reserves as well. And now we're seeing that in Los Angeles County, and God willing, we'll get to the bottom of those questions and hopefully have some answers for you regarding why reserves were dried up and why Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, decided to be in Africa instead of facing the tragedy immediately at home. And these are so many of the reasons why President Trump was reelected to the American presidency, simply because it's common sense. And he said that today in his address against the globalist behind him, whether that was President Clinton or President Bush, President Obama, and former President Biden. Truly, Donald Trump is the antithesis to the globalist agenda that they were trying to enact over the course of the last quarter century. And President Trump came down that golden escalator along with our beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump, who joined him in this endeavor to make America great again nearly a decade ago from the Trump Tower in New York City. And you can see the room is truly filled up now, and people are continuing to come in. You're seeing many military members and veterans as well, as we celebrate our great military tonight at the Commander-in-Chief Ball live at the Washington Convocation Center here in the city of Washington, the District of Columbia, our beautiful nation's capital. President Trump today signing countless executive orders, over 200, some to sign as he gets back to the White House to commence work after these inaugural balls. But we have seen the end of wokeness, the end of DEI, especially in the military, announcing today in the inaugural speech as well that there are only two genders, and that will be public policy to mix with also private policy, that they're biologically, you can either be male or female. Nothing else. No more of this nonsense that you're seeing on the college campuses and poured out throughout many communities in the United States. He has rescinded over 80 Biden-era executive orders, many of those put into place hours and weeks before President Trump came in to office. He has pledged Operation Aurora to commence immediately, which will begin either late tonight or early in the morning hours tomorrow. Border Czar Tom Homan ready to complete the mission and to arrest criminal illegal migrants who have caused chaos and wreaked havoc throughout the United States. Just moments ago as well, the United States Senate has voted to confirm Senator Marco Rubio as the next Secretary of State and will be in place tomorrow for President Trump as his first
I might have found President Trump live. I think.
Going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay?
Sir, this next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay?
President Trump, if the cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen.
Peter Ducey.
Mr. President,
And that was actually
sure that Maduro would accept Venezuelans?
Say it?
How will you make sure that Maduro would accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see in Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and well, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess. Right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
And that's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
You just said Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest national
Foreign
security
policy is a big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy is going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Good. That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is likely to be.
Could be. You think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
Sir,
people have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it on the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found this. Wow. Thank you.
Can you read that on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
It says 47 on it.
In the desk, just like this.
What are you talking about?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that.
Mr. President,
It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir.
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is?
No,
right now?
no.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you talked
Which
about?
one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because there was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
Did you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
That's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
It sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional
And a
China
very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table, or is that on?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? No. you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
You know
Russia.
what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
But Spain is not
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
100% tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes.
But how
They'll
is
have
it
a
a BRICS
100%
nation?
tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how is it?
And therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions as
As
opposed
per
to
the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, this is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you would say you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We
Sir,
want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people indirectly or directly were involved? And it was then 26. That's a lot of people. Now we have, we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, we have shown interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you think?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
What your first trip for that might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going to end the war's first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi Arabia?
It should have never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says TikTok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about Envoy?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up Envoy.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal, or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth.
Okay, hold on a second.
To close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China, they make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. That I didn't have a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well?
be, yeah, it could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if you don't take it 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
You can tell the reporters aren't used to dealing with somebody that can think and ask questions back and have them rephrase questions. Like, they're not used to somebody doing more than mumbling.
Rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. You said Marco. Marco.
Rubio.
Yeah, he's. I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas now, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order, right? Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many
still
did you sign?
changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves, so
President Trump.
that'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig. But no, really the opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you've talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, you know, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China, too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, you know, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. you would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. I mean, he wants to make, Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy. You take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope. I got along with him great, and you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money.
Yeah, they need to kick the press out because we don't even know what these executive orders are that he's signing because there's too much conversation going on.
The one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers, and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of the deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be? Are those things
No,
connected
if
at all?
China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it because it would put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversation. Why do you asking a question like that? I don't think you want to know. You might not.
Tell us what you just signed.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
So you also
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah.
A few weeks
Good.
ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I will.
Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out loud.
And I got to read this letter too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I knew you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything these drones? Is it anything that people need to be worried
No, I
about?
think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of?
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out? Immediately. I mean, I can't imagine it's an enemy or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting, right?
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of security concern?
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair.
This is
Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. Obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
The unlawful disclosure, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you think you'd have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that, no. I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And, I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way that Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke pledge?
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. That's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but, you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens. Pretty sad, though. Think of it. China pays 39 million, and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the cost down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they hurt it really badly, And then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal, Energy, Department of Energy, we're going to be taking we're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. European Union charges us, they have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars, or we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs, or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas. And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. I've had the invite.
I
would do it, yeah.
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, what do you mean when you say that European Union country make this part of BRICS?
That it what?
BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS is 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may wrap it, because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surrounded yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden had his farewell address before about oligarchy. I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretenses, smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I don't know. It's not going to get anything from me. I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. What they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. It's okay. They've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh.
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, sir. This is your Martin Luther King Day proclamation.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go. Thanks, Press. Thank you, guys. Martin, this is Martin. Let's go, guys.
What are we doing on this stuff?
All right, guys, let's go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Recording. Is this off? Recording.
Don't do it. Let's go. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back. Yep.
Wow. They forced Right Side Broadcasting and cut that camera off. They were trying to leave the camera there or something, but White House staff would not let that slide. Crazy. We've been live for 8.5 hours at this point. It's crazy. It doesn't really feel like it. It's been such an exciting day. I'm going to run and go get some Gatorade really quick out of the fridge. I'm done with this coffee. You hooligans need to hit that like button, though. If you're over on YouTube or on Rumble, definitely go check out the Linktree link and all the links I got in the description. I'll be right back, but I'll leave it right here. Well, it looks like they're starting to get a full house at the, I think that's the Liberty Ball right there. This is what Oreo's doing in DC's with everybody waiting for the release of the J6ers. Well, as you can see, they're all just kind of hanging out, making the most of their time while they're waiting for J6ers to be released. I don't know when it's going to happen. Their chat is all over the place. I've been sitting here monitoring it. It's the mass hysteria kind of drives me crazy when people show up and they're like, oh, there's J6ers leaving right now. And no, it's not actually happening yet. We'll know when it happens, though. I'm monitoring like 3 or 4 different lives related to it. Either way, this is what they're doing out in the cold. I suppose this is more entertaining than watch people stand around waiting for President Trump at the Liberty Ball. I keep forgetting what it's called. Either way, holy, you want to chill out over there, Cross Gamers? Okay. Kendall, they didn't want any of the J6ers to leave alone. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't really sound like it would be up to them, but it's good that there's people outside waiting for them, so when they are released, however many they release at a time, I assume it's going to take a long time. Getting released from jail is not something that happens very quickly. But either way, they should be coming out at some point because President Trump did sign the EO on it, so we're all just kind of waiting. It's reading through, but I'm also checking on other lives and stuff to see if there's protesters that are gonna come out. I don't know though. It's so cold outside. I don't know if we're gonna see protesters at this point. Trev Terra, are the J6ers being released tonight? Yeah, as far as I know they are. There's some people out there that believe that it has to be done before midnight. I think a little bit of that is embellished. I don't think there's a time limit on them being released or whatever. They'll get out when they get out. But the order has been signed, so as far as I know, they should be starting the out process right now, and we should see J6ers being released soon. I just don't know when that's going to happen. It's up to the jails. It's up to how fast these people can do paperwork and give them all their belongings back. So it should be happening today, though.
What are you guys trying to hide? You know, I want a new January 6th Select Committee to come out and show us exactly what happened, why it happened, and I think a lot of people, this narrative that they originally crafted, not only has it crumbled while they were in power, but just imagine how much more it's going to crumble when we actually get to the bottom of it. I'm hoping there'll be more justice besides this. You know, it's unfortunate though, because, you know, people like me, you know, we had our lives taken from us for that long. There's family members that I will never, I'll never see again. You know, there's just, you can't get that time back, but I feel for people that unfortunately, you know, they can't feel the relief that I'm feeling today. And I'm hoping there'll be justice for that. I'm hoping there'll be justice for the people that lost their lives that day. That's right. Including, of course, Ashley Babbitt. So, you know, it's really messed up what's happened in this whole thing, the way that they've treated us. As I was mentioning, you know, I got kicked out of this facility in 2022. I was allowed back about a year later, but I was kicked out stemming from some videos that I snuck out showing our unconstitutional and abusive conditions that we were in. They treated dogs in kennels better than a lot of us in there. So it's just, you know, between not getting showers for up to 9 days, not getting fruit, us getting scurvy in there. You should have seen these people. I remember, I'll tell a quick story real quick about one of the most intense things that I saw, unless the phone call comes in. I believe it was Veterans Day. There's a man named Dan Caldwell, he's a Marine, and they were freaking out about the masks, always telling people to pull it above their nose. They actually pepper sprayed this man outside and inside his cell for not having his mask up. And the man inside downstairs, the vents are connected. He ended up nearly suffocating, passing out. They had to drag him out of the floor. And I look in his eyes and something happened with him. I think he hit his head or something on the way down. And, you know, just incident after incident happened after that. He got a neck injury. The head nurse in this place started yanking on his neck, screaming at him to get up after he fell and hit his neck. Then his ankle, his calf snapped, and they left it. It was a giant ball right here. You know what they did? They put a boot over it and had him just hobble around. I'll give another example. You know, Andrew Taki, broken finger. They didn't do anything. It's bent this way. Same with Chris Worrell. You know, I know people can have their thoughts about whoever they want to have, but, you know, the way that they were treated us, regardless of who you are, and the way that they also treat not just January 6th defendants, but a lot of the other inmates, you know, it's absolutely atrocious. And I'm hoping we can get some motivation and, you know, keep giving a voice in the ear of the people that need to hear of how we can fix stuff like this. So I think this vigil we've seen, as I shared, when we were in there, we were in solitary, some of the people here and on the live streams, our supporters out there would call and get us out of solitary. They would help our conditions, and you know, stuff like that shows that we can get changed. I pointed over to Tom Jeffries, who helped us, J6ers and others at Northern Neck Regional Jail, Virginia, and he helped us get out of there. It was amazing just seeing that in action, you know. So it can work, and so I just want to say thank you guys for all your support out here. Lots of fan mail while we were in there kept our spirits up. Your prayers obviously have helped. You know, just I'm worried about the people that are going to get out, though. Let me just say, you know, I'm worried. We've already had some suicides. Some people are leaving. They're not going to be as young as me. Some of these guys are going to be older. They're like 80. Some of them are 80. Some of them are 70. Some of them will not have a family. Some of them have left. Some of them don't have houses. So, you know, I just want to say, you know, emotionally at the very least, look out for these people if you can. Write them, give them some support, because a lot of them are going to come back, and it's going to be shocking. When I got out and I went to my hometown, I went to my favorite family members' houses that are no longer alive, and it really hurt me. All the changes that happened, realizing all the time I've lost because of this ridiculous stuff. All, by the way, for the Supreme Court to overturn my only felony, and they still have forced me to live here in D.C. ever since May 20th. So I want to thank the people for me, that have been supportive to me since I've been out and while inside. And I just want to say, sorry, I am literally freezing. That's what's going through my mind. I am so cold. But it is so cold. But it's worth it. So I'm going to end it here, and I just want to say, thank you. So thank you guys for your support. Please keep in mind of the people that are going to be coming out. It's going to be a little rough. It's going to be tough for them to pick up on, and just have them in your minds and prayers and help where you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
Good job, Brandon. Go to the back of my van and get some of that shirt. Mike, man.
Oh, you got something hot down there? You got music? What? Music?
Yeah, I think so, babe.
Yeah.
Gabriel Garcia.
Yeah. Thanks. Did you see it?
Oh,
Yeah, it's only one day. He seems a really cool guy. So I'll be happy to see him again.
Okay, just real quick, usually at this
Thank
point
you,
tonight,
this I
we
know,
do
for
a
the
jam
Cash App
roll call,
donation.
which
Appreciate
takes about
you.
10 minutes because
Carolina,
almost
thank
300
you.
people within the
Appreciate you
facility.
as well.
We're going to skip that
And
tonight
from
because
earlier,
it's just a variable. Everybody getting out.
Old Uncle Bill and Renee, thank you guys for
saying
supporting
what
us
we're
and all we
doing.
do out here and helping us
we'll
travel.
skip that
Everything we do
portion
is
and,
viewer funded,
listen
so
to some
thank you
music
guys.
We're gonna switch over to the Liberty Ball here in a little bit. It looks like a packed house at this point, so I imagine they're gonna start getting things started.
They're here, but it takes like to go 2 blocks in front of it. Oh my God.
What's up, man?
All right, let's see what's going on with this Liberty Ball here.
Story. Speaking of the nation, on Friday, President Trump will be in Air Force One flying out to Southern California for a trip there to see the damage from the LA wildfires and also work with other local officials there that actually want to get something done to help the area out. And of course, President Trump, just his presence there, but also making the right phone calls. You know, sometimes it is that common sense. We all have one of these, right? And all you have to do sometimes is pick it up and make the right call and say the right thing. And before you know it, a whole entire disaster is diverted, or what is needed is done. How about when Elon Musk with Starlink was able to
Wow, thank you so much, Ball. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for the Zelle. You're awesome.
Communications. It was a simple phone call that was done. Well, President Trump is that guy. He's the guy that is going to get it done. We already know that. We already just saw it. If you watch those live executive orders being signed there by the Commander-in-Chief, there is a lightness today. To be honest with you, since November 5th, I personally have been glad that the president won because he's a common sense truth guy, right? But I was still, concerned about a number of things. But the point is now, is there is a lightness in this country that I can sense. You saw the smile on President Trump's face at the parade indoors at the Capital One Arena. There's just that kind of joy that's happening throughout the country right now. And if you don't feel it yet, you'll start to believe and trust and realize that this is something that, though we've been kind of conditioned to feel the way we have over the past 4 years of how terrible it was under the other administration, now it's called flipping the script. And that's exactly what President Trump has done to the United States of America. You know, going from darkness over to light, going from false narratives to the truth, going from tyranny to freedom. Aren't we glad here in this country? If you don't know my name's Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for watching. I used to work in mainstream media for a while there and worked in a number of cities around the country, but glad to be here, part of conservative media, along with RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, Christina Loren, and others at the network as we report America First News. So, getting ready to go to the Liberty Ball in Washington, D.C., where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be dancing right there on the beautiful presidential seal in Washington. And speaking of the seal of the presidency, that seal was on the podium today for everybody that was speaking. Usually with presidents, the podium is blank, and then someone walks out, hangs the seal in front of the podium for the president. It just is a kind of a telling sign for President Trump that he's saying, you know what, this is all about we the people, everybody. So you saw a number of people with that beautiful seal in front of them in the podium. I just noticed that, thought it was pretty cool. Speaking of pretty cool, let's go to Bobby McNeely, 8:45.
All right, so I think what we're looking at, well, pretty confident that what we're looking at is the Liberty Ball, but I think this is the Starlight Ball. I keep seeing video feeds for either this or what we were just looking at. So I think there's live feeds for both of these balls that are
celebration here
coming up. I also have Oreo over here just in case anything spicy happens or if J6ers start getting released.
Our wonderful military and our veterans as we are awaiting President Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump to arrive for what's sure to be a star-studded event. I'm Bobby McNeely, Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to our sponsors. And one of our favorites, Republican Red. It's time to celebrate the golden age of America with Republican Red Winery's iconic wines. Whether you prefer the white, the red, or the sparkling, Republican Red Winery has a wine for you with labels that your conservative friends and family will absolutely love. Here's what you have to know about America's favorite winery. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give the right side of history a voice and to give signals to Republicans that their beliefs inspire lively conversations. Since then, over 50,000 customers agree that the patriotic labels are a hit and the quality of wine is simply outstanding. And I can testify to this especially with the 4547 Cabernet. Republican Red Winery is a family-run operation dedicated to preserving conservative values. In fact, sale proceeds are used to fund Republican and conservative organizations across the country so they can continue to have the great impacts on elections and communities nationwide. The wines are only available at republicanred.com, so order now and your bottles will be shipped directly to your doorstep. To our fellow RSBN viewers, we'd like to give you a call with an exclusive discount code to help you secure your bottle. Simply enter code RSBN at checkout to receive an additional $5 off. Act now. Visit republicanred.com to select your wines today. That's republicanred.com. And what a day it has been here in our nation's capital. Think about this. The Inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, only the second man in history to serve non-consecutive terms. Of course, Grover Cleveland being the 22nd and 24th president, respectively, all the way dating back to the 19th century. And the excitement surrounding the city of Washington, with President Trump and family enjoying service and worship at St. John the Evangelist right across from Lafayette Park on the north side of the White House, a tradition that dates back to James Madison. This is a day worth celebrating, and what a coincidence that it happens to land on Martin Luther King Day. President Trump declaring that he will release the federal documents regarding the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother, former Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy Sr., of course, Bobby Kennedy's father, and the late, great Martin Luther King Jr. Transparency has come to the land after 4 terrible, dismal, and dark years that really saw the bureaucratic deep state, the empire, truly struck back in the last 4 years. But as you've been watching with our coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting, President Trump signing over 200 executive orders, mostly to rescind the damage done by the Biden administration. He did that in the Senate cloakroom on Capitol Hill. Also at the Capital One Arena, where he enjoyed a MAGA rally last night, if you tuned in, and throwing those signature pens out to the crowd after signing executive orders. And finally, if you've been watching the coverage in the last hour, signing additional executive orders and speaking to the press over at the West Wing in the beautiful Oval Office. And isn't it wonderful to see the sight of our Commander-in-Chief, Donald John Trump, back in control at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And so much happening throughout the news, the lead up, the Trump effect, as we saw going back to the November 5th election. Israel and Hamas in Gaza now have a ceasefire deal. The 3 hostages have been returned, and thank God that they are doing well with loved ones, family members, and friends, walking after being admitted to the hospital. An additional 30 hostages will be returned to Israel and the United States in the coming days and weeks. Now, there was an exchange, and hundreds of Palestinian Hamas fighters have been released. But as a rabbi did say in some interviews, President Trump is back in office and can hunt these terrorist maniacs down. Truly, the Biden foreign policy of globalism, of leading from behind, being weak like Barack Hussein Obama was. Such contrast to President Trump and his peace through strength, saying simply, if the hostages do not come home, there will be hell to pay. We even have Vladimir Putin now of Russia and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine ready to negotiate the peace and end that terrible war. And that's the sad part of the last 4 years, is that people truly lost their lives. They lost their careers. They have been in solitary confinement without a speedy trial. Think about the J6 prisoners who are being released because President Trump has signed commutations and pardons for them. Thanks be to God. Think about the military members that were thrown out of the public service because they did not take the shot. They did not take the COVID vaccine. President Trump explaining in the inaugural address that they will be reinstated immediately to our fighting force and given back pay for those years and time lost. And we're celebrating them here tonight at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, a star-studded event. Everyone dressed to the nines in their Sunday best. It's so wonderful to honor our great military, and a privilege to be here tonight at one of the finest balls in all of the city of Washington. And I have to say,
that's what she said.
Just like the lines we saw going into the Capital One Arena yesterday for the first MAGA rally of 2025, or even the parade that was moved into the beautiful Capital One Arena where the Wizards and Capitals and Mystics play. Lines and lines of people dating back to 11:30 last night, even the prior evening, 1:30 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, 3, whatever it was, people really braving the cold, whether they were from Florida or even the friends we spoke to from Australia and the UK, an international flair for enjoying this beautiful inauguration, and resident citizens from all over our 50 great states that we got to talk to outside. They stood for hours overnight, very tired, not sleeping a wink, in order to catch a glimpse of the 47th president and all the excitement that is in store. And same with this ball as well. I was speaking to some friends outside of it before coming in. Some had lined up by 3 o'clock in order to come in with this frigid weather here in Washington, D.C. So a testament to the energy and the enthusiasm that is the MAGA movement. I'm wearing my Thin Blue Line pin today because I'd like to thank all of the wonderful Homeland Security agents, the Secret Service, volunteer police officers, state police, local police from all over the country who are literally outside braving the cold, being very patient and so kind towards everyone who just wants to experience this American moment, to be in the front row of history. And I got to tell you, just like all those amazing events we saw on the 2024 campaign trail, everyone's so kind and courteous, watching out for one another. It's not your typical crowd control of people getting upset or impatient with one another. Everyone quietly and sincerely asks questions about where you can go and where to move. And thank you to the law enforcement agencies who have secured this area, and also the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, all the way down in our great peach state of Georgia. Atlanta tonight, the host of the College Football National Championship, the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes. But I hope you do stay tuned, because we have our 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump, who will be joining this ball, the Commander-in-Chief ball, and dancing with his beautiful wife, our First Lady, who looked just absolutely tremendous today, and stoic and prepared for the next 4 years. She is a cultural icon, and I would have to say that her and Ivanka, not that I know much about fashion, were truly the belle of the ball all throughout the day today, as they surrounded their father and husband, and of course a loving grandfather, as he took the oath of office for the second time. Now, President Trump swore his oath on a Bible that he had received from his mother upon his education at a Presbyterian school in the Bronx. This was his first grade gift after completing classes, religious education classes. On top of that Bible, Abraham Lincoln's Bible, the 16th President of the United States, which actually has only been used on 3 occasions, after President Lincoln, of course, used that as his own personal Bible. And President Obama had used that as well to swear the oath of office. So something that President Obama and President Trump actually have in common in that regard. Two polar opposites on policy, of course. But we'd love to know what they were saying just a few days ago as we honored our 39th president, Jimmy Carter, who recently passed away at 100 years young, the longest-lived president of the United States. And now we still honor his life and legacy for 30 days, where the flags are at half-mast. But today, Speaker Johnson ordered those flags to be raised to celebrate the inauguration of Donald Trump on this bright, shiny, but cold, sunny day in the city of Washington. And many state governors also ordering those flags to be raised over their state capitals for the day, because this is quite a celebration. It's an American moment. On the campaign, it was about we the people, and the inaugural address today by President Trump, hearkening back to his first inaugural 8 years ago, where he said, the power of the federal government is being given back to you, the American people. And what an image today of so many great people on the campaign who stood up, including his cabinet delegate nominees, who stood up celebrating and cheering for him as the deep state globalist.
You want to do a little more of it?
All right, hold on a second. I guess this is at the Liberty Ball.
Let me hear you. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna Ride till I can't no more. Gonna take my horse, Old Town Road. I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road. I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road. I can't no more. Y'all can put your hands together now like that. If you encourage them out, keep going. They told me to kill as much time as possible, so. Does anybody know the words to Achy Breaky Heart while I'm here? I'll try a little bit. Let's see what happens. Check.
Everyone's trying to figure out who this is. Is it Rob Zombie? Is it Billy Ray? I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Billy Ray Cyrus performs at the Liberty Ball. It says it right at the bottom of the screen. You can't see it, but I can.
Check. Is anybody awake? I don't hear it. Do y'all hear this? Where's everybody at? Check. Is anyone?
Holy, things are going left really fast.
Somebody turn my guitar back on. We're going to sing a little bit.
Mortis, Billy Ray Zombie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Y'all want to sing more, or you want me to just get the hell off the stage? I don't give a damn. Y'all probably tired of listening to the music over and over. And I says, you know what? These people want to party. They want to party. Here he goes. Hold on. I bet I got excited and unplugged it. Yeah, volume's up. See, it's not on. Yeah, battery's working.
Well, it's probably better that they get it all figured out now, before President Trump shows up.
Well, let's see. I could try like this. I mean, after what Carrie Underwood did today, wasn't Carrie Underwood fabulous? Carrie Underwood, you were amazing today. They had technical difficulties too. And in life, when you have technical difficulties, you just got to keep going. Or as President Trump would say, you got to fight. Woo! How good was it to see our president back in command, President Trump? What do you think? I mean, it won't play.
I like how this guy comes wandering over in his little sweater like he's all professional, and then he went to grab the tattoo or the guitar, and his hands are totally covered in tattoos. That's what happens when you get old, I guess. This could be me one day.
Okay, bud, that's okay. Here, just take it with you. You can tell the world you never was my girl. You can burn my clothes up when I'm gone. Come on, like this. Or you can tell your friend just what a fool I've been and laugh and joke about me on the phone. There you go. You can tell my arm, go back to the farm. Or you can tell my feet to hit the floor. Or you can tell my lips to tell my fingertips they won't be reaching out for you no more. One time. Don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart. I just don't think you'd understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy breaky heart, he might.
President Trump is going to tell these people when he shows up to not pay the audio people. That's exactly what's going to happen. President Trump can't stand technical problems. Except he had a few Gatorades. Yeah, sound like it. Dang, they just cut the lights off on him. I think that he was uncontrollable. Wow. Today's just been an awesome day. He won't even get off the stage. Holy. He had too many Molly Ranchers. That's what happened. Shroomish, who is he? I don't know. Somebody named Billy Ray Cyrus. I don't know who it is. I don't listen to this kind of music. As far as I can tell, he's just some drug addict that isn't really doing what he's supposed to be doing. I wonder if they're going to send someone to escort him off the stage. Oh, he just staggered really hard. What is he doing? Yeah, they're going to have to come get him. This is so embarrassing. I can't believe it. Go get him off the stage. You guys are terrible. You don't know what you're doing. He's going to walk right off the stage? Oh, okay. They're letting this stuff go on too far. What is happening here? Getting a BJ in front of everybody? If he does, I gotta cut the camera off. I can't show you that on the live. They're just gonna let whatever happen happen. They better tighten up when President Trump shows up. This is dog shit right here. He just did the world's softest high five to some stranger. Well, that was entertaining. Let's see what else is going on. Alright, well I guess we'll put Oreo back on for now. Oh, that was perfect timing too. They just cut that live feed off. I can't believe how terrible that was. I'm sure I made everybody mad, making fun of their favorite country singer and whatever. But that was terrible. Don't be mad at me that he's all fucked up on stage. Okay? That wasn't my fault. That was terrible. He should have never did that. And they shouldn't have let him do that. When they realized he wasn't following orders, they should have went out there and be like, come on, buddy, let's go. And they cut the lights on him. They gotta let him stagger around in the dark for 20 minutes. I don't know. None of that shit made any sense. Anyways, we're going to cover Oreo Express for a little bit. He's standing outside the DC jail or prison or whatever it is, waiting for J6ers to get released. As far as I know, not one person has been released yet. They're all waiting on it. I did see his chat was saying something about there's a Fed boy out there or some sort of infiltrator, or I don't know what it was. Either way, like I said, we're going to watch this for a little bit. I'm going to keep monitoring these balls over here that we're waiting for President Trump to show up, and we're going to try and keep things entertaining. So let's see what's going on with these guys.
I know it's just your job.
Oh, yes, they're over there. Those three over there.
We forget them.
Oh, his final drift? Oh, he will.
So Right Broadcasting right now is saying that President Trump is en route to the inaugural ball. And so I imagine it won't be too much longer. They'll start getting these programs started and we won't have to bounce around so much.
Yeah, sorry.
Bro, that's glorious. I love it, man. I love it.
It was live. The LGBTQ ABC 1, 2, 3. It was live.
It's crazy.
I called that shit out. Hey Tifa, shush. Get on the other side of the fucking police fence. Shush. It goes. What is Proud Boys fucking?
You're seeing people who's been involved in the movement here, like Brandon Fellows. He's been here since day 1.
We want to see some folks released very soon, guys. They're getting released and processed throughout the country. From what we heard either earlier, Joe Biggs' paperwork, Enrique Chario's, was all in the middle of processing to be released. That's going to be excellent, guys. Excellent. God bless our political hostages. I didn't know if this day would ever come 2 years ago.
You know they do this every night.
I'm going to set this right here really quick, guys, while I go run.
We gotta go ahead, make America great again.
You know, and this movement has
It's hard to get housing. It's hard to get a job. It's hard to have a
That's right.
because the legislation it was written at the whim of whoever the leader. And you know, J6 really there.
What's up, brother? Those two?
We don't have to believe that. A lot of other people don't believe that. But
Hold on a second.
and if you show up to protest, you shouldn't go to jail for that. If you punch cops, if you break windows.
And a lot of things that we take advantage of, and we don't appreciate that they are the ones that make sure that we keep our rights and keep our options to say yes, to say no, to have this democracy, to say we want to vote for this person or say for that person. So for them, I want to thank them personally for their service.
And you've been such a chart topper for over a quarter century now. Wonderful music that has inspired generations of artists. What will you perform for us tonight?
Well, listen, to me, there's nothing more American than Nelly. You know, when you can go from the hoods to the woods, from the,
I guess Jason Aldean is performing at the Liberty Ball right now.
You know, that's a blessing in itself and as a whole. And anybody that I can inspire, definitely inspiration from people from my community as far as being where I'm from. So I just look forward to rocking out. So hopefully I hit what you're looking for.
I love that. And what are you most looking forward to in a Trump administration over the next 4 years?
Just open-mindedness, man. Just willingness to work with those that are willing to, you know, to work with him. So anything I can help to get things forward. I'm about progress, man. I'm not about anything else but positivity. And I think that many of our leaders in the past, from Dr. King's to the Malcolm X's, to everybody that worked in the civil rights, that had to work with people that they may not have saw eye to eye with, but was willing to work with to get things done. And I think that's what we got to always remember.
And Pastor Lorenzo Sol today, that beautiful invocation about good God Almighty, we're free at last, hearkening those beautiful immortal words of Dr. King on today as we're celebrating Martin Luther King's birthday as well.
Definitely as well. And all the love and the blessings go out to the King family. And yeah, man, so we're going to have a lot of fun. We have reason to have a lot of fun today.
Absolutely. Well, sir, I'm looking forward to you performing today right on that stage where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be dancing as well.
Yeah, our stage don't look like that, though.
Right.
Yeah, we don't get that. That's more of the White House trip. They don't give me that one. Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's an honor, sir. Absolutely. God bless you. Thanks for taking the time. Definitely.
Thank you.
And everyone out there, that's pretty cool stuff. Wow, Nelly in the house tonight at the Commander-in-Chief Ball. all excited for President Trump's return to the White House. And that's what we saw on the campaign trail. People who didn't necessarily focus on politics and the difference between Republicans and Democrats, but rather fighting from the culture, like Nelly said, coming from St. Louis.
Bill Clay, I hope Nelly can perform better than Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah, me too. Because that was awful.
Really
that was
has
terribly
made a difference, and
embarrassing.
we've already seen that difference politically as it's a downstream of the culture. Senator Marco Rubio has now been confirmed by the United States Senate as the next Secretary of State. He will be ready tomorrow to come into that role as the first post confirmed by the U.S. Senate for President Trump's cabinet. So a very exciting time on the world stage as, Senator Rubio, his background as well, an inspiring story. His dad working late hours as a bartender in Florida.
Rappy, you don't think that was Billy Ray Cyrus? That's what they were saying. It was the title right on the screen saying that's who that was.
His dad kind of slowly, quietly come in that door after those late nights bartending. And he is now going to be...
Was up late to work. Happy freedom to you.
So much interesting, amazing stuff happening. I'm going to throw it next door to the Liberty Ball. And stay tuned with us right here at Right Side Broadcasting.
What's happening, everybody? Man, I gotta tell you, so good to be here. And they asked us to come up and play for maybe a little while longer, so we might be up here for a little while for you guys tonight, if that's all right. I think Trump's still fixing shit. Well, thank you guys so much. I can't tell you how honored I am to be here and be a part of this inauguration festivities here. So thank you guys for allowing us to get up and play you guys a few songs tonight. We're going to try and have as much fun as we can. And if you guys know the words of these things, sing along, drink up, and let's have a good time. Here we go. Thank you, guys. Is everybody doing good? How's everybody feeling? Everybody should be feeling pretty damn good tonight, right? Well, if you're feeling real good, it means you're probably drinking, doing a little celebrating, all right? So we got a song. It's a brand new song. It's our one that's out right now on the radio, if you guys have heard this thing. If not, you're about to. It's called Whiskey Drink.
I think we might be seeing our first J6er release from DC. I think. I'm not exactly 100%, but that's kind of what it's starting to look like here.
You are watching the first release from the DC jail, the DC Gulag.
Thank you.
The first release happening right now. This is history. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Donald Trump.
Freedom is all about.
Front row seat too, guys. Front row seat right here. The first actual release.
Back up! Back up, media! Family first! Media, back up! Back up, media! Family first! Who's ahead of who's ahead? Chaplain here. Okay, that's fine. Just back up, media. Take a step back. Take a step back. Back up. Back up.
Oh my God! Don't push, man. No need to push. Look at this. Look at this.
Back. Move back. Thank you.
This is
my goodness. Get your cameras back. You'll have plenty of space. Cameras back. Hey, back up. Move back. Back up. Move back. Move back. Move back. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. So, we're moving out procedures. So, we're good? We're good? We're good? All right. So, when they exit, is this my ingress? All the way down?
So I can't back up because I got people behind me, but they want to shove a bike into me.
Move back! Move back!
I'm trying to move back, bro.
Turn around. It'll help. Thank you. Don't hit me in my back then. Move back.
Same thing. Same treat.
There's a rail right here, and then a ditch.
God. He is. He absolutely is.
Relax.
Chill. Pushing people over. We've seen it all before, bro. We've seen it all before.
You're good.
We've seen the same 30 hours.
Well, then you're one of 3.5 years.
Well, we got one coming out of here.
There's Proud Boy.
Hey, he's over here, brother.
I'm
exiting
going.
over
I'm
here.
going.
This is where they're going to exit.
All right, I'm going.
I just want to make sure everyone complies with you, officers. Thank you. It was put on you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
They're coming this way.
Let's walk. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Keep walking. Hey, my man, on the pole. Start walking.
Guys, let's go.
Let's go.
Poles down. Off the poles down.
Watch this ice right here.
We support ICE.
Come on, y'all go through. Work our way. Yo, get her out of the fucking crowd. So we're gonna go up through here. Come on. Watch your back.
We gotta be back. They gotta have room. Step back.
Oh, this is great.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please go?
I will.
Step back. Step back. Obey the officers, please.
Do you know who the first one is?
Get back. Step back. Step back. Step back. Get back. Step
Everybody
back.
comply. Comply.
Step back.
The officers, please.
Step back. Step back. Step back. Step back. Watch your step. Step back. Step back. Step back. Go. You're back across the street. Step back.
Back across.
Look, everybody's okay.
Across the street. Let's go.
Don't walk that way. Don't walk that way. Let's go across the street. You guys are holding everybody up. Just turn around and go back across. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Everybody watch your step. Watch your eyes.
Give your hand.
So we got the first release. All those people that said Trump's not gonna pardon him. Trump's not gonna pardon him. I gotta put up all kind of tweets tomorrow. This is absolutely fabulous.
Freedom! Freedom!
So right now we're moving back across the street, as you can see.
So again, they're getting ready to release. There's been others released in other states and other jails, but not here at the DC Gulag. We are in Washington, D.C. right now. This is the look here.
This is a great day for America. This is what freedom is all about. We're so excited. They need to release them now.
Or you can see it from one of the supporters.
Across the street! Get off the street! Get off the street! Go back across the street!
Yeah, do me a favor, move it back.
I will, soon.
Go back across the street! Get off the street! Go back across the street! Get off the street!
You guys can do all the recording you want. Get from the sidewalk, please.
Trying to get over here, guys.
Keep moving! Those guys, man. Behind the bikes, behind the bikes.
Everybody has to be off the street. Back where you were, press. We set the press up over here. That's where you gotta stay. We never told you to roll. Back up off the street. Let me get over there.
Hey, cameraman! Get up! Hey, cameraman! Get the hell off the street!
Attention all patriots. We gotta get out of the street. This is gonna hold us back from coming out. If you want to get the hell out of my way!
Hey, bro, don't just get in front of this camera like that. Fake news.
Please,
I've been here 903 days.
They're gonna hold our guys in.
Hey, buddy, you move out of the way.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? You guys can protest and say whatever you'd like from the comfort of the sidewalk and the park. Please do not try and come across the street. Thank you.
Hey, okay, brother, no problem.
Man, crazy, a lot of emotions.
Everybody, how y'all feel? I go by the name of Raw J Spike. Shout out to all the people coming home. Rest in peace to Ashley Babbitt. I made a song for the J6ers, man. I think this is a perfect time for it, man. Let's do it. Bring all the J6ers home, all of them. And bring my guy Joseph Thomas home. That's my brother. My J6 brother. Yeah. Say free J6. Free J6. Free J6. Free J6. Free J6.
Ashley Babbitt.
You take your chains off me. Can you come and take your chains off me? Hey, your honor, can you take your chains off me? Can you come and take your chains off me? I did it for
Man, I wish I could read the comments right now. Let me try. So they are letting out, oh my God, I can't believe the Oreo Army is getting to watch this live right now. This is huge. The first political hostage from the DC Gulag. This is insane right here. Catnip. Absolutely free the J6ers, our political heroes. They're not political hostages, they're political heroes. Red Waves in the house. Jay Lynn is in the house. Penny Loafer Matt. Shelly in the house. Yeah, I put the phone away already because I want to be ready. This is absolutely epic. This is history being made.
Amen, brother.
Absolutely history. So we're waiting for the first release from this jail. They have been released in Oklahoma and other areas. This is what it looks like. Got Ron J. Spike over there. Oh wow, I can't believe we are here live to see this, guys. You guys have been for the ride with us, the Oreo Army. Many of you have been out here and stood here on this. Matt, Jay Lynn, I've been out here numerous times and seen those lights flickering when that was the only communication those people had.
They would have been out by now. Now they can say. Hey, Jay.
So we are out here just waiting. I questioned myself if we would see releases knowing the way that the politics are played, especially in this jail out of all the jails. How horrible these people were treated. We knew they would prolong it, but to see this, it's about, what, 9:45, 10 o'clock at night here in D.C. Wow, this is incredible, guys. I didn't think, I'm just being honest, didn't think we would see this. Looks like they're getting close to the doors right now. There's let me tell you, it is cold as a mug out here.
Where we were before, press, get down on the grass. Right now, you'll get your view, don't worry about it.
Somebody hit you?
We're back where we were. The lights are an hour and a half until this happens, guys.
Oh, somebody hit that guy. He's deaf. I was talking to him earlier. So they're looking for who hit this guy.
You don't understand what I'm saying. These police will tell you and physically move you. Get back on the grass.
Quit acting like a DC trash. We're not DC trash.
The cleaner you are, because you're not listening. Get on the grass. I told the press to get on the grass. There's a media line. Get on the grass. On the big grass, man. What do I have to say?
Hey, somebody hit that dude right there. You see where that cop is? I want to see what's going on.
Okay, guys, I think our...
So somebody assaulted this guy. I don't know who.
If you'd like to check the camera, I wouldn't want to say anything about an attorney, but I will say that this man was trying to push me off of the So that's what I will say. So I'm not trying to press charges against him unless he's trying to press charges against me.
Never mind.
Có đi ra. Chơi chơi này.
What are they doing?
I don't know how much more clear I gotta be, people. Come back to where we were. There's no reason to bum rush the prison. And should you do that again, this is all gonna get shut down. So do not do that. Come back where we were. Everything's fine. We have counter-protesters positioned somewhere else. The police are on our side to ensure that everyone is safe, and that we have a safe exit of all of our hostages.
The door's opening.
Get the fuck back. Sorry. This is who I haven't never seen Trooper cuss. And Trooper just told that Main Street guys, get the fuck. We will raise a hallelujah and we will celebrate to the Lord the release of our hostages. Praise you, Lord Jesus.
We have been live for 9 hours and 43 minutes so far. So if you haven't hit the like button yet over on YouTube or on Rumble, make sure you do that, and definitely go in the description and check out all the links I've posted in there if you would like to support the live, join Discord, and definitely go check out jeffmaclive.com.
Making America great again.
God is good all the time. Thank you, Lord Jesus. In the middle of the storms, we praise you. That's right. You, like a phoenix, full of rocks.
We start playing some good music. That's right. God bless Trump and America. Hallelujah. This is good. I missed church this week.
You are heroes to us. J6ers, if you hear us. All right, so hallelujah.
Thank you.
We are praises, Lord. I know you do. We have hope for our country.
Doesn't happen. I was taking care.
Sing it over. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. From here across the country, to be released. Give them all the glory. This is one of the songs I sung in jail.
Yeah, is it UJI? There's an app.
This is
Go in and calendar. You were working earlier. Oh yeah, I might have got on calendar.
It's always about worship. Find the heavenly realms. Our angels go before us. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
Did you see Josh? Where did Josh end up? The van got moved.
Louder.
All right.
Serve the living God.
Happening now, J6 political prisoners are being released live.
I had a promise protecting our president, and he decided to release 1,500.
So we are waiting. We are waiting right now for the first prisoner of war, a political hostage being released here at the DC Gulag right now. After Trump's pardons today, another promise made, promise kept. And we are waiting now for the first release of the first political prisoner.
Of our prisoners.
Justice is being served today. Now it's time for retribution, folks. Now we need a real January 6th committee to investigate.
I hope to be able to recognize that.
That's a little cold out here. Can't wait to get back to California now.
This is how it is.
Oh, they turned everything off. It's working. Never fails, no?
Isn't that the first thing customer service says when you call for tech support?
I got them all. You said that.
This song. Oh, no, never mind. Wrong song. Wrong song. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So if you hooligans just showed up, these people are on the outside of the DC jail waiting for J6ers to be released. There's been agitators kind of showing up and leaving and stuff. It's pretty much like one or two people just randomly showing up. I don't even think it's Antifa. I think it's just crackheads and shit. Anyways, over here I got Right Side Broadcasting. They are holding performances right now for the ball that I can't remember what it's called, the Liberty Ball. Waiting for President Trump to show up, so we're pretty much just sitting here covering the release of J6ers until President Trump shows up at the Liberty Ball. I don't know which is going to happen first. I don't know if we're going to see J6ers walking out or if President Trump's going to show up, but either way, I'm keeping an eye on both.
Joe Biden's been asleep for now 5 years. There's the gulag right there, folks. There's the gulag. Look at the phone. You got one on They are dragging this out as long as they can, folks. I knew you loved face masks. I knew it. She's on this side. Still haven't found my summons. Thought it might have been hand delivered today. Guess not. Come on, let this guy up.
But anyways, here, as you can see, we've got the president, all the we got this right here, right in front of me. So this is where we're at right now. And right now, everything's just really nice and like
My people. Oh yeah. Oh no. On unemployment, there's a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of those people in there that can't. And they get a class action lawsuit for getting their ass beat for not putting them in. They're being solitary for being treated like dogs. I hope their ass is in there drinking out of a water.
哎，他们是，我们跟去哪里？
issued that they got an unconditional pardon, that they are completely pardoned under Donald Trump. Promises made, promises kept.
Chris Roberts, appreciate you for the $50 super chat there. Chris, God bless you. Thank you so much.
People of this country, and we're under attack. They're demanding us to cancel us from speaking the facts. If you man enough, let's make USA back. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags. American flags.
We got a whole situation here, folks. What I'm gonna tell you. And I'm going to tell you what, we're all fired up. Let's dance from the party with our people that they're about to let out of this new law. That these tyrants have
Hey, there's no more day games at those.
I was raised to be brave to the grave. United States, we love the country that they've been corrupting. The woke and the worker, you ain't my people of this country, and we're under attack.
Oh, yellow sizzlers in the house.
If you man enough, come stand with us, make USA back. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags.
You all do understand they want to kick us off the street.
Can I have your attention, please?
Off the fucking sidewalk. Oh, I didn't know that.
Can I have your attention, please? We are getting messages from the inside. I need everybody here to call the U.S. Marshals and the local sheriff. They have over 16 guards up in the Patriot Pod threatening force against our J6ers, and they are begging for our help. We need to get the marshals in here. We need to get the local sheriffs in here. Don't bother calling the D.C. police because they're all standing in front of us. We need
kids! You criminals! No.
That's
They've been pardoned!
Hey.
Just call.
Prison.
Just call. Be calm.
You
Call.
guys got that message.
Call and call. No. These guys can't
They're
help.
messaging out, begging us for help.
You guys are great standing. Are you proud of yourselves? Get on at U.S. Marshals 202.
U.S. Marshals 202
353
0600 0600, guys. Put it in the chat.
Hey, trooper, say that on the microphone.
The marshals to come in if they weren't doing their job. So
that's right.
And why do you want to? Why do they want to?
Somebody got to get off the phone and make a phone call. Listen to that number and call. This is not the call.
But if there was any incident of violence here, that would look very bad. And so we don't want to instigate anything.
You already instigated it.
Nobody's gonna do that. Man. So hopefully, I can't read the chat, but hopefully you guys put that in the chat.
We never rushed any fucking doors. We're level-headed.
Wow, I thought we might get a little something like this. So they are messaging.
Hey, we're stepping like sidewalk. I'm gonna go talk to Trooper. Come back.
Get out of here.
Come on, let me go by you. Let me go by you.
That's that, buddy.
We don't want a camera on that sidewalk.
Wow. Always something about me. So the political hostages inside the jail are messaging out here saying that there's 16 guards and they're threatening them with violence and force right now. We've watched time and time again. Remember all the leaked videos from inside. How many people were beaten, bloody, lost eyesight in an eye.
not getting treatment for their cancer.
Hey, Shocking. I'm going to pray for you like a woman. Get our people out. Get the marshals here because this is not looking good. I repeat the other call.
Donald Trump pardoned the prisoners today.
Hi everybody, can I give you an update on what's going on around the country as far as people getting released? We have a couple of problems. One is that the Bureau of Prisons, they're releasing people without giving them fares to go home. So we're going to have to make up a lot of plane tickets, thousands of dollars, 250 people, $250,000 that we're going to have to make up for what the Bureau of Prison has not provided. That's number one. Secondly, our friend Jack Languish is assaulted inside the DC prison right now. They handcuffed him and threw him back into his cell because he refused to go back. He is to be freed. He is pardoned. He needs to be let go right now. We need him out here. He does not need to be handcuffed or assaulted. That's number two. Number three, our friend Hank Munzer in Lompoc 2 it's a low security prison. He has an Uber ride to meet one of the sponsors, meeting him halfway, driving 2 hours. The prison officials told the Uber driver he's got family to pick him up and they can leave. That was at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Right now he's still incarcerated. He's been pardoned. He's still being held illegally, unlawfully, as a private citizen who should be free. He is there. The prison officials are not letting him go. They need to let him go when somebody shows up at the front door and release him immediately. They are going.
Wow, thank you so much, Ball, for that Zelle, that third Zelle of the day. Thank you so much for all the support, Ball. You're awesome. Thank you.
Immediately. Everyone needs to know how corrupt the BOP is right now. They need to send them home with a plane ticket, a bus ticket, and not turn them out in the streets. And if people are there to pick them up, they are to release them to the driver, release them to family. There is to be no more excuses. The federal government is complicit in holding innocent citizens against their will when they have been pardoned by President Trump. These are the three updates I want to give you right now. All around the country, rights are still being violated. We need President Trump to step in once again and tell them they need to back off and do the legal thing and serve the people of this country. Thank you.
They need to free Jeremy Brown. Jeremy Brown needs to get out, please.
Oh, he said it went dead.
That would suck.
The due process violations of all of the J6 defendants, bar none, are egregious. We need them to be fixed right now. The prison, the BOP officials can do this. We need Jeremy Brown to be freed.
I've been in touch with his wife. She sent me a text that he's not getting.
I'm not asking people for money. I'm just
We're gonna
saying.
play songs. Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Go to
So-
these prisons and wait for these.
I'm asking the prison officials to release
This is
everyone.
just insane, guys.
That's number one. Those who are being held right now, we don't know how many are being held for various reasons. All of the J6ers need to be let go because they were incarcerated falsely. And they were stacked with charges that are added on, and it needs to be wiped out as well. We're just asking President Trump to do the complete exoneration.
Amen. So if you guys are new to the channel, Can't believe this is
Can
happening
I
right
have your
now.
attention, everyone? We need to start getting the transport convoy in order. If you're parked over here on the bottom of the hill, the bottom of this grassy knoll, there's a Jeep Renegade, New York license plate 6863. The cops need you to move it. So if you have a Jeep Renegade, it's silver, license plate 6863, we need you to move it. We got to start getting the convoy in order.
Peaceful protest, Jimmy. Peaceful protest, right?
Peaceful protest. We got some coming out. Someone's walking out. I don't know who that is. Someone is walking out. Might have been something else.
Alright, we'll see. It's not good. I would have been in the middle of this whole thing with all the guys.
So these are the folks that's gathered. A lot of fake news, fake media out here. A lot of patience. See if I can get somebody really quick. Give me one second. Let's see if I can get somebody to.
This shit in somebody else's neighborhood. Somebody else's neighborhood.
Got ice all over the ground here in DC.
That's a tough one. Yeah, I know. I think so. Robert, hey, can you come on? What do we got smoking? Goodness.
Hey, I already said when shit was done here, was going for security. She was security at the lawn for a long time. I keep it.
Hi, Gary.
Let's make sure you don't get on the sidewalk though. Hey, you don't
All right, President Trump and Melania are approaching the stage right now. Like I said, I will keep Oreo pulled up to the side here so I can keep an eye on things if things get spicy or anything like that, okay? So don't you worry, I'm keeping track of J6ers and all of that stuff. So if J6ers start getting released, we'll put them on the screen. But until then, we're going to enjoy President Trump and Melania enjoying the first dance once again as President and First Lady.
Please welcome Sergeant Tatiana Saldana, United States Space Force, Sergeant Henry Waller, United States Army, Staff Sergeant Alexis Martinez, United States Marine Corps, and Petty Officer Emmanuel Gannon, United States Marine.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. We have a lot of Space Force here, by the way. A lot of Space Force. We're very proud of Space Force. But there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight than with some of the greatest American patriots of all, the men and women of the United States military. Thank you very much. This is quite a gathering, huh? It's a celebration because we're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again. I've had no higher privilege in life than to serve as your commander-in-chief, not once, but twice. And you're incredible, and the people of our country respect you, and they love you so much. You don't see it, you don't hear about it too much, but they love you just so much you wouldn't even believe it. So thank you very much. They're honored to have you. We're joined this evening by the service members from every branch of the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines, and Space Force. And I salute you all. Let me also thank our incredible military spouses, what you have to put up with. They put up with a lot. And family members here tonight. We have so many and so many brilliant families. And you do more than anyone else to support our nation's heroes. And on behalf of every American, I want to thank you very much. We have some people with us tonight. You know, we have the head of the Republican Party, and we won. And then she said, all right, Dad, I think that's enough for me now. Let's win and let's go to something else. She wants to get back to her beautiful babies, but she's married to a guy known as my son, Eric Trump. And Laura was essentially chairman, along with Michael Whatley, of the Republican Party, and they were tough. They weren't going to stand for any nonsense, and they did a fantastic job, and we won every single swing state. We won the, we won the popularity. We were the most popular candidate in a long time. And I have to tell you, with the military, we really won. I want to thank, obviously, a tremendous supporter of yours, and if I ever got out of line, she'd get me right back in line when it comes to you. Melania, First Lady, she's been fantastic for us. And our Vice President, you know him well. He's all about you. He's a big believer in our military, J.D. Vance and Usha. And I have other family members here. Don's in there somewhere, and Ivanka's there. Where is Ivanka? There's so many people. But we have a lot of family members. Tiffany is here. Barron was with us today. He's a tall one, I will tell you. And he's doing a good job. But today we celebrate the enduring strength and resilience of our glorious republic. And so it's highly appropriate that we also honor the men and women who keep us safe. And that's what you are. Your bravery inspires us, your service unites us, and your sacrifice and spirit protect us all. We made a little speech today. I think you probably saw it. Who did see it or hear it? Did anybody? Well, I think we said a lot, and we said more than anything else that we love you, we respect you so much, and we have a big commitment to each and every one of you. Starting today, America will be stronger and greater than it's ever been before. That's happening fast. That was a big win. That was a tremendous win. We all worked hard for it, and a big part of the reason that I won was because of my relationship with you, so we appreciate it. Under the leadership of our next Secretary of Defense, who I just saw, Pete Hegseth, who's fantastic. Where is Pete? I saw him backstage. I don't know. There's so many people. How do you find anybody in this crowd? This is a big crowd. But if Pete's around, if Pete can hear this, come on up here, Pete. But we will again build the most powerful military the world has ever seen. We're going to have it. You know, we did that 4 years ago, and then it was a little bit dissipated. But we're going to do it again, but much bigger, much stronger than ever before. We're also doing the Iron Dome, all made in America. We're going to have a nice Iron Dome. You're going to protect us with the use of the Iron Dome. Instead of worrying about political agendas, you don't have to worry about that at all. There's only one focus: defeating America's enemies. We're not going to be defeated. We're not going to be humiliated. We're only going to win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. And we really do have some just incredible people working with us. So I've been looking around for generals like George Patton, Douglas MacArthur, Ulysses S. Grant. His stock has gone way up in the last 20 years, wouldn't you say, JT? They used to say bad things about him. Now all of a sudden he's very well respected, but we all fight to win, and we're going to win, and we're going to win like never before. In many ways, the economy is going to be strong. We're not going to let all of our nations, our friendly and unfriendly nations, push us around from any standpoint, including the economy, because we have something that they don't have. We have a power that they don't have. Liquid gold under our feet, the likes of which no other nation has. Yet, as I said in my inaugural address, we will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. It's called peace through strength. We won't have to fight the war, right? We don't have to fight the wars. If we can do it without fighting, as long as we have total victory, we do it without fighting. Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us, our enemies will fear us, and the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness of the United States military. And I will tell you, we made big strides. We totally rebuilt the United States military 2017, 2019, 2018. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and now we're going to do it again. A lot of it's been dissipated by people that don't know what the hell they're doing. But we're going to do it again. And this is going to be the dawn of the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. And tonight, I'm filled with optimism for what lies ahead over the next 4 years. We will replenish the pride of our armed forces, end the recruitment crisis. And by the way, the recruitment numbers are through the roof in the last 2 months. I wonder why. Why? I don't. Why the hell are they through? You know, you have a little problem with recruitment. That's not good. And now the numbers are higher than they've just about ever. You know why? They love what they see for the future of our country. And they didn't love what they were seeing for the last 4 years. It was ridiculous. It's a big thing, actually. This big story is the recruiting has gone really through the roof, and that's good. I want to thank every service member here tonight and across the globe to know that you're at the heart of America's greatness. It's an exceptional honor to join you again in serving this magnificent nation that we all love, and that we're going to make greater, better, bigger, stronger. We're going to make it something that even you will be surprised. You'll see that, and it's going to be led by our great military, the strength of our military. We're going to make our military so strong that we don't have to use it. Wouldn't that be good? We don't have to use it. They'll look at us and they'll say, there's no way we're going after that one. So I want to just say to you, God bless you. God bless our armed forces. God bless our men and women serving overseas. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you very much. So they say we have some troops from South Korea, and I have no idea how we're getting them on this screen. I've been waiting for it for about 2 seconds. Oh, here it comes. No, that's a cake. Hello, everybody. How we doing over there? How's Kim Jong-un doing? How are you?
President, how do you hear me?
That's a good-looking group of people, isn't it? Thank you for being with us, please. Yes, I hear you fine.
Sir, I'm Lieutenant General Chris Lee, Commanding General 8th Army. This is Command Star Major Raman Ballmer. We're based at Camp Humphrey, South Korea, United States bedrock of unmistakable land power on freedom's frontier in Asia. Protection of both homelands, sir. It's a profound honor to stand before you today, representing our incredible team here in Korea. We're deeply grateful for this opportunity to be part of this occasion. Sir, on behalf of the brave men and women who serve under my command and the thousands of dedicated service members that are part of the joint team in Korea, congratulations on your victory as the 47th President of the United States. Welcome back, Mr. President. Sir, we'd be privileged to host you here in Korea soon. You can see firsthand the lethality of our soldiers here, how our formations are, our fight tonight focus, and our ironclad commitment to the defense of Korea and our homelands. To meet the families who serve alongside our warfighters, sir. Pacific victory, sir.
How about that? So, could I ask you, how is it going in South Korea right now? How's it doing? You have somebody with pretty bad intentions, I guess, you know, you would say that, although I developed a pretty good relationship with him, but he's a tough cookie. How is it going over there? How is it doing?
Sir, every day we train, we stay hard, we plan for anything that you possibly could need us to do. The alliance is strong, and we're ready to receive you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. This is really, is this man central casting or what? If I'm doing a movie, I pick him to play my lead. I want to thank you all very much. What a good-looking group of people, and we are very secure when we have people like you in our military, and we're having a beautiful time in Washington. We just had that great election that you alluded to. It was a big one. It was a very big win. We won everything. We won just about everything. The only thing that matters, though, is we won with the military, the likes of which nobody's seen before. So that's really good. But I would like to just thank you all, and I'll see you soon. If anybody would like to make a statement, please do so. If you'd like to say something, you have a big group of people. We have all night, right? We have all night. If anybody would like to make a statement, go ahead.
Who, sir?
That is great. You see that? They're not going to play games with you. That's good. I like to see that. Nobody's playing games with that man. Have a good time, everybody. Say hello to everybody over there. I have a lot of friends in South Korea. And great job. You look really sharp, really special, and you are a special guy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's great, isn't it? That's great, but you're great. Thank you all very much. Have a great time. Commander-in-Chief, this is the ball. This is the big one. This is the first one I stopped at. I hope the other ones don't hear me say that. But this is the one. And now we're going to cut a cake. And they said, could you be very, very careful, sir? Don't cut the plane, which is cake. Cut the runway. I think that's a good idea. Thank you very much. We love you all. Thank you very much.
Presenting the sabers to the President and Vice President, Captain Abigail Barge, United States Air Force, Petty Officer, 2nd Class Robert George, United States Coast Guard.
Yeah, cut the cake with a sword? They should have gave him an AR-15 and been like, cut the cake. This is something else. I've never seen anything like this. I question how sharp the blade is. President Trump, he's like gripping it. I don't know what to think about any of this.
Secret Service is getting very nervous right now.
Does anybody want some cake?
Can you catch?
Good stuff. That's great. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
What a great time there at the Commander-in-Chief Ball in Washington, D.C. I'm Matthew Alvarez, live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We started our coverage at 7:30 this morning. We're still on the air, and we're going to continue. We're going to go to the Liberty Ball here shortly. That is the Commander-in-Chief Ball. What a moment there when President Trump spoke to our service members stationed in South Korea, where it's approaching 1 p.m. tomorrow there in South Korea, congratulating the president and some of the service members and the leaders saying back, welcome back, Mr. President. So great to see that. Of course, the U.S. military as a whole, our service members in the 6 branches, along with the National Guard, saying welcome back, Mr. President. Once again, that is the Commander-in-Chief Ball in Washington, D.C. Quite the day and quite the party there, as everyone was really excited to see President Trump and, of course, the First Lady there dancing. A great time as well. So all of our coverage brought to you by a number of different broadcast sponsors here, including the Colonial Metals Group. Warren Buffett's last warning, you see it right there. You can check it out at that QR code. Also, go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Protect your IRA or your 401k with gold, 100% tax-free. So a great sponsor right there. here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you're looking live right now at the Liberty Ball in Washington, not too far from the Commander-in-Chief Ball. President Trump will actually be stopping at that ball as well. He'll be giving remarks to the crew there. Now, earlier, Jason Aldean performed there at the Liberty Ball. Nelly, I don't know if he performed yet, but Robert McNeely, our host, interviewed Nelly as well. If you'd like to take a look at some of those interviews, go to our Truth Social at RSBN or on X, RSBN Network. So we do know President Trump saying earlier at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, we will make our military so strong that, quote, we wouldn't have to use it, saying, wouldn't that be great? Basically not to mess with the United States. That peace through strength, you see it right there. President Trump saying he wants to be and
so
has
obviously
been a peacemaker. That's
they are working up to this next ball. That's what they were just showing up on the screen there. But we're going to hear what's going on outside the jail where they were waiting for J6ers to be released. Oreo's talking to the screen right now, which kind of makes me think he's about to wrap up the live. We'll hear what he has to say, and if it's not the information we're looking for, we're going to rewind his live. There were some people that came out of the jail. They came and talked to them. They were wearing suits and stuff. I don't know if they were inmates that were just released or what the situation is, but let's figure it out.
From mental slavery, none of our sense can free our minds. Oh, have no faith for atomic energy, cause none of them can stop us.
I guarantee it's this federal bureaucracy.
Shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to scrub through his live. I'm going to see what he was just talking about, and if necessary, we'll rewind it back to where the guys with suits came across the street.
So I have a feeling there's nobody else getting out tonight.
They're like this, but I did want to stay there.
We wanted to tell you guys how we love you for those. Oh, perfect. We never get enough of that. We wanted to tell you
Liz,
Here, just give me a second. I'm going to scroll through it. Apparently, Rumble is not fun to have to rewind through. I've never had to do this. Interesting. Well, let me see if I can find it. Weird. I wonder why Rumble's video player is like that. It is a nightmare to try and scrub through. Trying to find anything useful. It sounds like they did release somebody, or maybe a couple people, but that might be it. Yeah, scrubbing through a Rumble live is terrible. Just a moment. Like I said, we got another ball coming up, and President Trump is supposed to speak again. Now, I don't know if they're going to be sword fighting cakes and stuff in this next situation here. I also think that's where Nelly is supposed to perform, unless he already has, which I don't think I don't think that's the case. So we'll see here in a second. Yeah, scrubbing through the Rumble player is not fun. Klaus Daniels, I need you to figure this out for me, buddy. Yeah, figure out where these people were talking. Well, either way, we'll just watch what's going on, and I guess we'll just have to figure out information that way.
The police have all left. That's a sign that they're probably not going to do much good. No, I'm talking about the line. The line's gone. Yeah, right there. Look. Yeah. So. I think it's you from Fireball, bud. That's oh man. What do you got?
Push it out.
Let's see some. I'll put this up here really quick to give you guys a sight view while I go talk to some people. They let anybody in here. Not Baker? Can you believe they can make it?
But yeah, so.
Yeah, I don't know where. All of this is drinking and smoking and coming and hell like this. I'm gonna set this right here really quick.
Son, you can take it. Make that decision.
Justin saying, aren't they supposed to be out by midnight? I didn't see anything saying that they had to be out by midnight, but there was random people showing up in the chat saying that they had to be out by midnight or else and all this stuff. And I don't know, everybody's really emotional and it's been a long day and everybody thinks they're right, but nobody's in agreement. So it's kind of a frustrating time right now. All I know for sure is that President Trump did sign the executive order or the executive action or whatever to release them. They are supposed to be being released. I guess they are in other states, but in DC it seems that they've only released a couple people and they may not be releasing any more tonight, but who knows? You know, it's really hard to tell and it seems like nobody knows anything for sure. We're all kind of just wait and watching.
Now you're gonna have it. That J6? My sister was with me. We were marching right up the steps, you know. We were right before the steps were all the rough. Let's just stop, take a look around. We stopped. Let's see anything. Let's walk around the time. So I started walking around the time. A bunch of riot police came and just ran off the bus and they just took around. I was inside and there was somebody waiting people in. And I said, wait, right there. She goes, no, not part of the building. You're not. I'm right here right now. I was putting out there that I was there, you know. I wasn't going back. Because, oh, yeah, you weren't there. Were you? Ask me. So I looked up who that was. Ex-FBI guy.
You're supposed to have to hear on a misdemeanor. We've been treated pretty well. Hair down, but since it's learning. She's only like 45 bucks an hour. It took them like that. Here, area down.
So the executive responds on this day. So people walking up to you and they're like, hey girl, are you eating here? They want to if they have released if they have released someone already, you guys will see it. So they're saying they're out, but they would say
Two got out. You got family in there?
No, I was kind of wondering, like,
Only two got out.
I know. That's like 12 that
Why would they start following the law now? They haven't followed the law for 4 years. Why would they start following it now? Right?
But what I'm saying is, well, unless they didn't let them go somewhere else, you guys would have noticed them coming here anymore. If the orders weren't even signed till late today, I mean, late to like tonight. They wouldn't have released them this afternoon because the orders weren't signed yet.
They won't let me interview the butthurt people because, yeah, what's happening? Is any inside word on when they leave?
I got a text from Will.
Aren't you glad you came back? That's what we were hoping, like everybody would just come out.
I made some videos out there and protesting. Check this guy out on Channel 5, bro. Is it up there? Yeah. Oh, really? I thought you were in Josephville. Daniel, bro, that was hilarious. Oh, no, it's all fine. I ran up and like, Joe, I got an idea for you. You need to get a cameraman and film yourself doing sermon on the New York City subway. That's a good idea. Yeah. Like, literally go down and you No, you need to go do full-blown sermons and videotape the sermon and monetize the sermons and get bad views from this. He might be interested. I don't know. It's a very Why not? It's hard to pin him down. He just does something. That's what it'll be perfect. Yeah, well, if the Lord, we can do it. Hopefully that's help. Hopefully that's help. I don't want anything cold. That's a problem. Yeah, they're cold. Oh, you pussies. Yeah. Whatever, you're fine. I'm good. I'm ready. Where? I hate it when you're on live stream, like 1,000 or something. Yeah. We're having a good time. We're getting like way little dead beats over there. And we got Alex Stranger at the We're here. That's all right. Let's just say. Armando, it's Armando. It's Armando. Go. I let him watch, but only when you're wow. That's all. What fucking asshole. I have to think of this. Stay away. I'll tell you. We're here now. We're here. That's the convention of Millennium. I was back on the program. I just got the message. I'm like, oh my God, that's what we're actually gonna do it. Never heard of that. You were on probation or like you're just another guy. I'm glad that we freed Bill abandoned. I like that guy. That guy is good. It's built in now. Listen, Joe Beans was awesome, man. I never met him either, but he was like a bro, and everyone was all the time. And he was so chill, like, he was cool. Well, everybody was bored cool. But we're not, Joe Biggs, and then thinking about it in there, everybody. And then Moore probably got the drinker. I think Owen definitely got part. We're back, baby! We're back, bitches! Apparently, Andrew Cattleman, a channel on YouTube, has a video. He just cut me new asshole. Well, it looks good.
Andrew's a little bit of like a troll too.
Yo, I know, he's fucking my friend. I went to this movie he made of him, and I was like all stuck in the movie. I'm like, you don't want to be in that? I don't know, dude. But in the way, anyway. The Hell Fauci thing went super viral from the complaining group. I don't know, I kind of like it. I like this guy.
We got the mentally ill rejects back over here, guys. We got Patricia. The retards here. You're a disgrace, mother. Fuck Ashley Babbitt. Fuck Ashley Babbitt. Fuck Ashley Babbitt.
There's like 3 idiots. I think that's the counter protesters right there. These guys aren't even protesting. They're just hanging out waiting to see if J6ers are going to be released, but here we go.
Never come back, get out of DC.
Justin's saying, no, I think it's 3 people. They got 1 or 2 bullhorns between them.
Question for you. If we take off right now, is there an exit that way?
We're not even know. We're not sure.
So they don't even know how people are getting out. They don't even know how people are getting out. They have the street blocked.
The cartoon says yes, there is a noise ordinance. But then she said First Amendment. I said, how does that work? She's breaking the law.
I couldn't imagine being bored enough to go out there in like 20-degree weather to do that. And scream into a bullhorn at a large group of people that just don't give a shit about what you have to say.
I think that might be it for
What a waste of time. I don't know. I couldn't.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
And then like they walked away.
I was talking to a guy that I respect dearly the other day, and he told me not.
Yeah, she was totally trying to like pick a fight with me.
And I heard, as it were,
It's like, get the
the noise of
rookie.
four beasts saying,
7 hours streaming already out here, guys.
and behold, a white horse.
Yeah, cops are gone. That guy, it sounds like those were the only two being released.
Yeah, I guess we just picture.
There's a man
Well, I
going
figure like
around
one
taking
every 30
names,
minutes or something, one every hour.
and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down.
All right, so it looks like President Trump and Melania made it to the final event of the evening here. Holy, he's got to be exhausted. I know I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, and Second Lady, Usha Vance.
He's on fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome members of the Trump family. Don Jr. and Kai, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Laura, Tiffany and Michael.
Good evening, everybody. How we doing? Are we ready to make America great again? I just want to say we're so grateful to all of you, so grateful for making sure that we made this election too big to rig, because that's exactly what we did, and we did it together. And of course, I want to thank my dear friend and I think the best president that this country has had, a man who has put everything on the line for the United States of America and gets an opportunity to serve this great country once again, President Donald J. Trump. So do we want to hear from the 45th and 47th President of the United States? Take it away, sir.
Thank you, JD. This is a hell of a day we're having, right? It began very early, and then we decided, we made a good decision, by the way, doing it in the rotunda as opposed to in about 4 degrees with the wind chill factor. That would not have been pretty. And if I made did you ever speak in really cold weather? You can't. They would say, the fake news over there, they'd say, he's cognitively impaired. There's something wrong with him. So we didn't want to give him the chance to do that, did we? We had a great time. We had 72-degree temperature in the rotunda. We had the people that we needed, and we had the people that we need tonight, because you guys are unbelievable. We love you all. And we said a lot of things today. I think we got tremendous reviews on the speech. And, I wanted to put in some really rough stuff. And all of my people, including JD, they said, let's not put that paragraph in. Oh, I love that paragraph. There was a paragraph on Biden shouldn't be pardoning his family. And we had a couple of others that were far worse than that. But they said, the speech is so nice and it's so unifying. I said, all right, we won't do it. I'll do it about 2 hours later. So we've been doing it all night long. But, we're going to turn this country around and fast. We have assets like nobody else. Number one, we have our people. That's our greatest asset, the people of our country. And I have a great family. I really do. I just look around. My son Eric has been so incredible, married to a woman who became the head of the Republican Party. I wonder how the hell did that happen? And she really, her and Michael Watley from North Carolina did a great job. And then you have, where is my Ivanka? Have you ever heard of Ivanka? And Jared? And we have Tiffany's here someplace. There's Tiffany with child, I have to say. And Michael, thank you very much. And look at that group back there. That's Kai, our great golfer. She's a great golfer, that one. And Don and Chloe. Chloe, I don't know, Ivanka, she might be as good as this one. You have to see her athletic ability. You wouldn't believe it. You look at her, she looks so innocent. She's a killer. Chloe's a killer. And we have a great vice president, I want to tell you, and he's got a fantastic wife and helper, and she's done just incredible things for the party and for him. And I want to thank you. Great job. Great job. J.D. Vance, great job. So we're going to keep it going. We're going to have it turned around quickly. This big ship, we got to turn it a little bit slower than I'd like, but we're going to turn it around. We have things that nobody else has. We also have something that it's not politically correct to say, but it's becoming very politically correct. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation in the world. And if you don't mind, we're going to use it, right? And we just left the Commander-in-Chief Ball, which is like a similar size, everyone. And we're going to another one in a little while. We needed 3 because we have such support. There's a longing for competence in this country. There's a longing for common sense in this country. And I was saying before, we're the party of common sense. You know, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. We don't want to have transgender operations for everyone. And we just want to have a great country. We want education. We want houses that don't cost a fortune. We want low interest rates. We want low taxes. We want a strong, powerful military, and we're going to have that. We did it once. We did it in 2017. We rebuilt our entire military. It was giving away a lot of it. Can you believe it? Given away, so foolishly given away. But we'll have it back again very, very soon. And we'll be making some announcements. You're going to be so thrilled. But we love you all. We're going to be, you know, I'd like to say we are a great nation. We will soon be the greatest we've ever been, and that won't take long. So I want to thank you all for being here tonight. Special people, and we'll see you soon. Just watch what happens. It's going to be big progress. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
While President Trump was speaking, you could see the Village people get on stage. So I think there's going to be yeah, they're doing their thing. With their backs facing us. Little mishaps, I guess. This is the last event. Orient Express ended his live, so I guess there isn't going to be any more J6ers being released. So once this is wrapped up, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be wrapping things up over here. We'll be live again tomorrow. Probably 3 p.m. Eastern time with Coffee with Hooligans. We'll see if there's any live stuff going on, but we'll definitely be doing Coffee with Hooligans tomorrow.
All right. President Trump, Vice President Vance. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you, they've done something that's never been done before. So it was like about 30 years ago, and I'm trying to be nice. And they did well, but I'm not sure they hit #1. But you know what? They hit #1 for the last 3 weeks, and they are beating every other record, recording. They're the #1 show in town, and I want to just congratulate. You've been with this song a long time, right?
I wrote the lyrics to it.
You did. Well, you're a talented guy. #1, we love it. And you're #1 too. Thank you, everybody. And our country is #1 most importantly. Thank you very much. Congratulations. It's fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic, man. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Right on. Love everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Trump. Thank you so much. Hello, little lady. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Everyone. Right on. I'll shake your hand too, sir. How are you? Fine? Good. Good. Well, all right. Thank you. President Trump and Vice President Vance, give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. We love you. We love you. Let's go, Will. Yes.
What a night there at the Liberty Ball in Washington, D.C. as you're taking a live look at the 47th Commander-in-Chief's home, the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. What a beautiful picture that is. You are looking live at the White House right now.
Well, hooligans, like I said, that is the last event of the evening. We have been live since noon, and it is 11:40 right now. We are 20 minutes off of this being a 12-hour live stream. Now, I know the platforms may not reflect that because we had some problems along the way. We had to reset the live a couple times, but I have been sitting here since noon. I haven't got a chance to eat or anything today, but I hope you guys really enjoyed today's coverage. Today has been a fantastic day. Covered the inauguration in its entirety. We covered some protests. We even got to see people sit outside the DC gulag waiting for J6ers to be released. A little bit of everything today. Well, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be wrapping things up. But before we do, I'm going to drop this Linktree link in all of the chats for you guys. So give me a second here. I feel like I can barely talk. I know when I stand up, my whole body's going to just crack, and then I'm going to have to sit back down for a second. I may not look that old, but my body's feeling old right now. I'll tell you what. Anyways, there is the Linktree link where all of my links are listed. So if you would like to make donations, join membership programs, or purchase any merch, really appreciate it. All of your guys' contributions keep us running every day except for Sunday, because we got to have a day to recharge those batteries. Definitely go join Discord. Discord is our free hooligan community. It's the best way to be notified every single time we go live. The hooligans are there keeping the conversation going 24/7, and we have 2 news boards to keep you up to date with everything going on around the world. So definitely go join Discord. If you're feeling real saucy, go join jeffmaclive.com. Over on the website, it is the best way to experience a live. Our built-in chat has more ability than any other platform. You can post memes and GIFs and custom emojis and links and all kinds of stuff right there while watching the live. You will also have access to Hooligans Alley, which is our private social media area. You have access to the forums, which is to encourage open discussion. You'll have access to the arcade, which is full of games that are a ton of fun. You will also have access to our advanced messaging system, with the built-in group chats that gives you the ability to text each other, call each other, video call each other, group texting, group calling, group video calling, and more. jeffmaclive.com is the place to be and the home of the hooligans. So definitely go get yourself a membership. Like I said, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be wrapping this up. All right, hooligans, it's time to do the thing. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we did the thing. We're going to read through really quick just to make sure no hooligans are left behind. But like I said, we are wrapping this up. We're going to try doing Coffee with Hooligans at 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow instead of 1 p.m. Eastern time because I'm late every damn day. So I figured we should just push it back. So we're going to give it a shot at 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. If we don't like it, we'll roll it back to 1 p.m. But either way, we are doing Coffee with Hooligans tomorrow. And I will keep my eyes out for protesters or any other live stuff because starting today, it's a brand new America. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for everything going on. Like I said, we're going to read through the chat one last time. And we're wrapping this up. Alistair, you're my hero. I mean that. I appreciate you, Alistair. Thank you so much. Russell, I did. Cat Daniels, he's had enough of this. He's had enough. He wants the treats. He's been waiting patiently all day. Sure, Chrissy, eat that cat. No. I'm not eating the Klaus Daniels. I'm saving it for later. I appreciate you, Appeal to Heaven. Thank you for being here. Pumpkin, Klaus is very patient. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Plus, I think he was running around telling everybody, hey, you hear President Trump's inaugurations today? Oh, absolutely, Bob Lizard. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Henry. Oh, and I want to give a huge shout out to everyone that showed support today. You guys have been fantastic. I can't even believe the support you guys have been showing, from gifted subs to donations to just showing up and sharing the live, hitting that thumbs up button. I really appreciate all of you guys. Well, it looks like we are good to go. Thank you for letting me know, Bob. I will keep my eyes out for it. Yes, I think we're good. Hope you hooligans have a fantastic night, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, like I said, 3 p.m. Eastern time for Coffee with Hooligans. Huge shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership programs, or purchased any merch. I really appreciate all of you hooligans, and I wouldn't be able to do any of this if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for all your support, and I'll see you on the next live. Until then, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.